First,
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome in, Ryan. First, I believe you are. Oshik. My God, 45 streams. That's crazy. Thank you very much. First RPL review. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Whoa. Yeah, we're gonna work a little bit more on deadlift today. I'm just trying to get things like stable and ready to go for another playtest update, because it's been longer since the last one for that. I want to get a deadlift one out first, and then we go wrap up the lured in next update. Hopefully we get this done like today. There's not a whole lot more I want to do, but just kind of sprinkle in a little more things. I have a bunch of models that I want to add today that Seasons helped model. We've got like a shelf and like a lot of just other things, so we're probably gonna work on that. Good, nice. But yeah, I got the room stuff set up. I gotta show you guys what I've been messing with. So, here we are. I have added many types. Now, this whole room stuff is really a rabbit hole, because there's like a billion variations that we'll need if we want every possible configuration. So it gets a little insane. I've got to kind of, you know, stop somewhere with it. But I've got quite a few in now. I'll show you guys some of the new rooms we can do. Yeah, so like the rooms are like the big, large zones we were working on yesterday. Let's go into it. So I added the ability for rooms that are smaller. And I actually really like how they look, so let me show you guys. So this is a small room. As you can see, it's just one tile. So it's actually kind of nice, because it's almost like essentially a corridor. But it's kind of just like, you know, it's not like a big, massive, expansive area. So that's one. We've got more, like there's another single room. Rooms utilize the whole 8x8 meter cell. Corridors are only 4 meters wide. So this is twice the width as the corridor. Also, it's 6 meters tall, so this is a little bit of a bigger area. But we got that one, and then also I'm just working on a lot of other variations for like this kind of shape. So we've got a center room with 2 doors, and then the end caps like this. So that's working now. And of course, we've still got the big rooms, potentially. But it's working really well. It is a lot of code to have to make them work well, but so there's some weird stuff going on with him. Sometimes when you grab an item from these guys, it also that deleted all the text on it. Might have to figure that out. Yeah, sometimes when I grab a note from those guys, it breaks. I don't know what's up with that. We gotta figure it out. But anyways, it's coming along. I think these will be nice just for like, I don't know, varying things up a little bit. So, yeah, it's weird that these notes are just empty. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. I think I'm not transferring or storing the data of these properly, so it just goes away. We gotta fix these lights, make them snap to the ceilings on the new room sizes. But that's all relatively straightforward. Yeah, I think these will be nice. It just opens us up for a lot of different possibilities. We could do like larger structures in these kinds of rooms. I think I talked about doing, or not on stream, but like a massive big meat grinder or something if it's like in the butchery zone like this. There's a lot of things we could do with this, so. But yeah, it's coming along. I want to work a little bit more too on doing some more like intelligent like region specific spawning stuff too. So hey bro, welcome in. How's it going? Right now the items are not region specific. They're just kind of, you know, generic, but I would like to kind of hit that a little bit harder now, and like the butchery zone specifically will spawn meat more often than other kinds of food, right? So we're going to be working on that. Ideally, eventually we have sort of a zone for every class of food. Also, thank you for the cheese time. But yeah. So let's just start chipping away at things. It's okay, the doorman comes out. Oh no. No, 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 no. Not again. Gosh darn it, guys. Alright. Made me do this. You get the little preview window. We'll do a tall preview window this time. Yeah. So Spencer, welcome in. So let's make the lights spawn correctly. I think it should be really easy. I'm just gonna go to the world script. Regenerate lights. And I just have to check if the tile is a room. We go to 6 instead of 4. Alright. So we get a grid position. I want to say var position data. It's going to be our map chords dot get grid position. Now I can check if that dot type is equal to generation types dot room, do 6, otherwise do 4. Yeah, I did play the prototype. It's pretty epic. Are you planning on doing like, is there a way to like attack the entities and stuff, or because I couldn't figure out any way to do that? Seemed like all there is right now is just moving around and they just spawn in forever and they can hurt you. Although the damage stuff, oh, there's arrows? I gotta try it out again. Oops. Hello, sir. Don't shoot me. Oh. Yeah, also we need to fix that where they get stuck for some reason on this little lip on the door. I'm just gonna remove the physics there, I think, because it just seems to cause problems. Yeah, and the damage, that's the other thing I noticed. It was a little quirky. Sometimes, like, if they stack up, they don't, like, hurt you anymore because they, like, run into each other. So, I'm not sure how you're calculating that, but I think that would need tweaking a little bit. I'm gonna put down some things in here that we need to fix. Lip on elevator door. Collision. We also gotta fix weird kobold item grabbing stuff. And picking up note resets data. Oh, cheese time is over. We're free. It only does its damage on enter and not in a timer. Yeah, I think that's the reason why it's a little odd, because it's like, I don't know. They, seems like they only do damage, yeah, when they, like, run into you. If I can load it up again here really quick. So you're saying there's arrows. How do I shoot the arrows? Because I was pressing different buttons and I couldn't, like, figure out how to do it. I have no idea what key it is. Oh, the arrow key. Okay, it's like Binding of Isaac. Oh, I didn't know you could break the walls and stuff. Okay. Well, this changes things a little bit. That seems a little strange. I feel like those arrows should be colliding with the walls. Unless these are intended to be like it's like a hole on the ground. Is that the vibe you're trying to get across with that? Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's probably some things I would recommend here for improving the visuals on that. With these holes, I think it's hard to tell that it's a pit because it's all just one color. What I think you should do instead is something like this, where you got the hole, you have like the bright stony around it. And I think you should like do, like it could like fade to darkness or something sort of like that. That to me gets the vibe across a little bit better, I feel like. Or just have some kind of like color transition up, so it's like, oh yeah, it's descending down. Because when it's all one color, it's hard for me to tell, especially since like these walls are the same if it's actually a wall or if it's a pit. So, you need to make the fallen arrows disappear in the pits? Yeah. That'd be good. Another thing that I think would be nice, of course, this is just all art stuff, but These walls, again, I think sometimes it's a little tricky to tell, is this actually a floor tile or is it a wall? I think setting up some auto tiling so there's actually a wall and a top would be nice, kind of like I mean, you just need to figure out what style you're committing to. If you want, like, if this is directly top down, like a bird's eye view, then you wouldn't need to do that. But yeah, it just depends on what your goals are. I think if these walls were like darker, it would be easier for me to tell that it's something completely different from, or if these pits, I mean, then it would be something different from the walls. Also, just as a minor visual thing, I think you should make it so the crumbly walls are a slightly different color than the regular walls. It would just help people distinguish them a little bit easier, because they're kind of easy to miss. Yeah, I didn't realize I could actually, like, shoot these guys and stuff. So that helps a lot. Can I break this? Ouch. I don't know if I can break this or not. Oh, I can't. Oh. I'm stuck. But yeah, see, even if I get surrounded like this, they don't really deal that much damage to me because they only deal damage on like collision. So it's not a big deal. But I like what you got going on so far. Definitely a little bit of a text somewhere explaining the controls would be nice because I had no idea I could use arrow keys. But yeah. Otherwise, pretty epic. There's a lot of things I could list off, but, you know, I don't want to be one of those people. I think the most important things are just make things look a little more clear in terms of some of the assets. Figure out, like, specifically what, like, camera perspective you're aiming for, whether it's a bird's eye view or, like, a top-down 45, like Starground. And knowing what controls there are would be nice. I think that'd be a big help. But yeah, pretty epic. I'll keep playtesting things if you release more updates, so yeah. I could see this being pretty cool. Definitely with the arrows, with the, you know, arrow keys, it gives me like Binding of Isaac vibes. But yeah. Cool. So let's see what we need to do. So I think the lights should be fixed. Now let's just go make sure really quick. If I load back into here. Oh. Okay, so position data did not... It's actually quite odd. Get map chords. Are these 3D? Oh, they are. I see. So if I'm going to get this on here, I need to convert this back to a vector 2i. I might update map coordinates to be a vector 3. Because... Yeah. What is this? Else? Oh. Because now that we have maybe potentially some verticality, it makes more sense. Let's try this again. Load, game, load. And I need to make it so we can skip this main menu thing. Let's do that now, because I can see this is going to probably end up taking up a lot of time. So we can just check on initial load. This is in the main menu script. And what we can check for is... Godot has... What's going on here? Input dot is action just pressed, and we can say, or it's like, is anything pressed? Then we can say, skip the intro. So let's move this tween out. I want to put this up here and say intro tween. Type tween. Then down here we say intro tween is that. Update all these. So if anything is pressed, we say intro tween.kill. Also, if intro tween kill. And then we immediately settle these to their proper values. Or I could literally just do this, I guess. Don't even need to technically kill the intro tween. So I just say visible immediately is false, and then we also need to skip the music ahead to like the proper point. So grab music, say, I don't know what property that is. Let's go look. I can say seek to position float. So I'm pretty sure the value I calculated is, yeah, 8.52. So pressing that should now immediately start that. So let's test this out. I need to go turn on the music, but I should be able to just press any key and it'll instantly skip the little intro. Come on. So if I press spacebar, boom. So let's turn on music. Oh. Oh. I need to say, only do this if initial load. Or let's actually not do that. Only do that if this is visible. Alright, we got the music playing. Let's quit, load it up again, make sure it all works. Come on, game. Boom, it just immediately goes. So I think that works. I just want to make sure people don't have to wait through that whole intro thing every time. And potentially I could just immediately start this fade-in process here instead of just, you know, going and completely transitioning instantly. But, I don't know. I might just do that. So I could just start a new one. Say, if intro tween tween.kill, and then we say create tween intro tween, or really it's just this exact same thing right here. So I think that should work. And now I don't want to know if that's visible. I want to know if that modulate.a is greater than 0. Or if it's greater than 1 or equal. because it'll start off having, yeah, full modulation. All right, let's try this again. So instead of just instantly disappearing, it should fade in normal, like it usually does. Oh. Oh. Wrong node. Let's try this again. Also, something I'd like to work on today, by the way, is a logo. So, we're gonna make a new Blender scene for that. And possibly start messing around. The game is frozen. Why is it running at 1 FPS? Uh-oh. God dang it. Let's see, I can't... It's still going. Okay, hold on. Everything is a little broken. Let's try this again. Come on. So if I press a button, yeah, it just immediately goes into it. So that works pretty well. I do get some errors thrown here. Okay, this has to do with that material thing. So there's one mesh. Let's fix that before it keeps yapping. There's one mesh in here that doesn't have the third material. So we got to figure that out and fix that. It's just this room center mesh. So what are all the things you've added since last update? I've got a big list here. There's a bunch of things. Some of these don't seem like much, but I think they're going to have a big impact on things. So I don't know if I had a little... If I mentioned the intro thing here. Yeah. BBG presents intro. But we got 4 new maps. Compass, Doorman, recipe notes, scrap shield, crew flashlight, bandages, med kits, plastic scrap, electronic scrap, a bunch of crafting recipes, 4 of those. Another stage, the hatch, the billboard mixing thing. A lot of things so far. A lot of little tweaks and stuff on some things here. Like there's the intelligent item spawning, which like sets it up so a base amount of food always spawns in, stuff like that. Yes, you can craft now, so the game should be a lot more interesting, I think. There's stuff that like really helps a lot against specific guys. So like, for example, Ares, the scrap shield will block his charge toward you. So like if there's a lot of them that you have to deal with, it might be a good idea to make a scrap shield. Oh, also we got the scavengers. Or were those already in the game? I can't remember. Are they in the game already? I don't think so. I can't remember. Are they? Let's go look at our old post. Also, let's see. Welcome in. What's the game about? Deadlift is a survival horror game. You are descending down into a abandoned facility. We've actually worked on some lore story stuff, so your goal is to find a vaccine to save humanity. We'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. Yeah, they're the guys with the... There's the one with the gun and then the taser. Where is that under? Playtest updates. They might already be in the game. I can't remember. Okay, yeah, they are. I just can't remember. So let me put that again. Okay. Yeah, I've still got more things I want to do. up in here. I want to do like the color grading stuff that you showed off because I think that'd be cool. Let's fix this material thing. My idea here is just to add one vertice that has the material. I know it seems a little stupid, but honestly, it's probably the easiest way to deal with this. I want to delete only edges. So I can just select this vertice, assign the wall material, and hopefully that'll make it work now in here. So, library source, let's go check. It's room center. No, it still doesn't do it. I wish it would let me put another material in here. I might just have to do something stupid. Like this. I can just create another face up here that has the material I need. It won't be visible and won't have any impact on the game, but it'll fix our stuff. So just do that. And now let's see room center. Yes, it has. So I guess you need to have at least one valid face that has a material on it. I think this is the only mesh we're ever going to need to do that on, so it's not a big deal. But okay, so we can re-export this now, and it'll stop throwing all those errors when we first load up the game. All right. So these are all things I want to do, but I'm going to just do another priority list so we can be a little more organized here. I want to fix that little lip collision stuff, weird kobold stuff. Taking up a note resets its data. I also want to get note saving implemented. The color grading. New models. We're going to do logo ideas like right now, so that's technically the same thing as note or chord saving, so I'll just get rid of that. I would like to do this soon. I'll move that from ideas to do. All right. So let's start working on stuff. Logo. So yeah, we've been discussing logo stuff, and I think I have somewhat of an idea of what I want to do for this. So let's figure this out, shall we? So let's actually open up, I guess, the elevator scene. The only thing that sucks, the elevator scene doesn't have the materials we need. So I might have to go in and draw those manually, which is not a big deal. I think I just want to export this outer mesh right here. And I'll probably be drawing some stuff here. So let's do append. Go to, here we go. Models. It's like elevator. Tablet. Oh, right here. Then we want to import the object, which is the one of these. I think it's just called plane 1 or something. Plane. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what this is here. I guess it's just like that. Yeah. Anyways, let's set up our camera and stuff. And I'll just use this as sort of a guide probably, but we'll go through and redraw things. Keep that at 0. This is going to kind of be like looking up. Let's move it out. Perspective. This needs more perspective. And I'll get rid of some things here I don't like, just for the camera. Like these can go away. A little more perspective. Actually, what I could do is just go like... what? Why is it selecting... Oh, I'm in edit mode. Ugh. Okay. I can just adjust this a little bit more. Maybe 10. We don't need to go super uber crazy. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Let's increase this back up to like 15. Something along those lines. For export size, I want this to be pretty high res. Like 2000 at least. Actually, maybe a little bit higher. Let's do it so we can do 8K just in case. It's 4000. It's going to reveal all of my drawing issues, but it's okay. Let's up the focal length a little bit. Just like something like that. Okay. So let's start doing lighting. Let's increase the angle a little bit. Not super worried about the lighting right now because I think we're gonna, again, kind of trace over this stuff. But let's give this a little bit more of an angle, so I can kind of see that edge a little bit better. Okay. Let's create some text. So that. Keep that 90 for now. I might actually do it more though. Center. Now we can pick a font. Not that font. I think the one that I'm using... What am I using? We've got that one Sans. Frail Sans. This one isn't too bad. There's also like other ones. That's the hand notes. There's this one. I do like Frail Sans. So maybe we just do Frail Sans bold. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if I can just drag this in. Actually, I could just go into Maze Game here and grab it, I suppose. Just go to fonts. Yeah. Now, does that look too goofy? And we're going to rotate this so it's not too skewed. You can have it a little bit skewed, but... Let's see, like 100 degrees. I don't know. Maybe we keep it skewed. Give it depth. Not too much. I'm just gonna kind of put the text in here, I think, as almost like just a guide. But I'll probably change it a little bit for real. Maybe have this sort of out of the elevator. Yeah, we'll mess around. Let's just experiment with this. This is mainly just to get like the angles right and stuff. I think it'll probably just be best if I draw this manually. Yeah. Let's delete all this gunk. This one. What is the continuous mode? Oh, I guess this is continuous. No? Oh, it is. There we go. Oh, god dang it, I did this again. How do I reset it again? It's like a weird keybind. Okay, there we go. God dang it. Okay. Don't touch that. Alright, and we're just gonna start messing around. I don't think I really need to anti-alias this, so... Ugh. Okay, that didn't do anything. Okay. So that's like that. That's okay. Let's get our text here. Deadlift. Make it a little bit larger, perhaps. A little bit larger, perhaps. It's as big as it goes. 128. I actually don't know if I like the frail sans for this one specifically, so I might look around. Yeah, I've got a bunch of different fonts here, so... I don't know why this menu is so tiny. Don't want that. Cabin sketch? No. Copper plate. Not that. Corbell. Dead Kansas. Probably not that, but I don't know, maybe. Also, I want this bottom to be a little bit larger font size. Like that. Now, I think I can do warping inside of Krita. Just trying to remember how. That file looks like The Walking Dead. Yeah, it does remind me of that. Can I still change the color of this stuff? Oh, yeah. I don't know what color we want to do for the text. One of my big goals with the logo is I just want to make sure it's very readable. I always hate it when games have a logo that's like so wacky I can't even understand what the text is. So I want to avoid that. I mean, really the thing about a logo with Steam is make sure it's readable. Because nobody's going to waste time trying to read or look at your game if they can't, and if they don't even know what the name of it is. Okay, so that lets me do that. But ideally what I'm looking for is just to shrink the top of it. Which I don't know if that's a thing I can do. Can I literally just like that's just that again. I feel like there's got to be a way I can do this. Yeah, that does a vertical shear. Trying different keybinds. That doesn't work. Let's figure out how to do this. This video here. Whoa. How's he doing that? Okay. So it's just got text. Tool options. Oh. Page mode. Oh, perspective mode is what I want. So now how do I do it? I'm not sure. Just keep saying can't transform empty layer. Let's see if he uses perspective mode. Okay, that's like cage mode or whatever. Which I have no idea how he did that. Perspective warp. Can I just do that with this? Oh, I guess that's what I'm doing. But just keep saying cannot transform empty layer. Can I only do that on specific layer types? Like I might have to rasterize the text first. Yeah, because then I can do this. Right, like that. There's probably a way for me to do this, like if I hold Alt, hold Shift, if I hold Control. Yeah, I can't seem to do that on a vector layer, unfortunately. But I can just say, I think like right click, convert to regular paint layer. And now I can do it. So, I mean, this will work. Lets me grab these edges and just kind of mess around. I can just get them lined up with the elevator. Ah. Oh. Oh, it got out of this mode, apparently. Okay, it applied the transform. That's not what I wanted. I think it's because I accidentally went to the other image. Let's try this again. Let's just keep those at the edges of here. See, I wish I could, like, keep this straight. I'm not sure how I can do that. I guess I just have to hope and pray. I guess I can just go to the corner right there. Like, I'm pretty sure that's where it goes. It's not too bad. Text is very readable. Unfortunately, this has been converted into a paint layer, so if I want to change the color of this, I have to, figure out how to do that. I could probably use, like, channels or whatever it is if I go into... color transfer? Reference image. I know there's a way to do it. Tools. Color space. Filter. Adjust. Levels. Then you can do RGBA levels. I can do that, but that's a lot of work. I wish, I don't know if Krita has it, if there's like a recolor. There's this colorized mask. It all just went away. Oh. Maybe if I just colorize all over this, it'll be that color? Not really sure how this works. What is this? I don't think it's that. Ooh. Let's keep trying to figure this out. Liquefy. Krita colorize. Yeah, what is colorized mask? Let's figure this out. Okay. So maybe that is what I want. Let's try this again. Then do I hit that? Okay, it's colorizing. Yeah, they weren't joking when they said the algorithm's slow. Load. Also, I need to make sure that font that we use is actually copyright free, because I don't even know. Okay, did it do it? Well, it made everything else red. And it is a vibe. But... I don't know what this colorized mask stuff is. Let's just... Okay, what is this font called? I don't even remember now. Oh, it's probably in recently used, right? Dead Kansas. Let me go look at that. It is free for personal use, so we cannot use this font. Awesome. Let's find a different font. What do we want? Horror fonts? I don't want something too, you know, stereotypical horror, blood dripping. Like, I don't want 80s slasher film font. Free. Let's search Deadlift. None of this stuff. I don't mind something like that much, but it's a little too condensed, I feel like. This one's okay, but it's almost like too cartoony in the proportions. Well, there's this one. But I don't want to just rip off. What is the Walking Dead logo? Okay. Well, they just put an image behind plain text. I mean, it's not really a stylized font. Okay. Something like that wouldn't be too bad. I want it to be mostly free of any little funny blood drips and stuff. That looks like hard to read. Almost looks like an O. OEO lift. We might run out of options. Which is fine. The other one looks good, I think. Well, I think we're going to go with that other one. Is there something right here? No. I am conflicted on if I want to actually render in the elevator behind here or not. Because, I mean, I could see doing this, but in like a more stylized way, possibly. Like, maybe we just put this as a regular background, do a gradient, and then have, like, a cutout on the gradient of the up and down buttons, you know? And something like that might just be a little more, I don't know, less distracting. Because I worry about, like, I mean, sometimes logos with 3D elements can be okay, but, it's all about readability, though. Because I could see, like, doing, like, a red gradient background. Or maybe we even do red text. We can mess around. So, Nami Streams, welcome in. How's it going? Here, let's go into my fonts folder now. Because I can't use this one. This one is 100% free. Free for all use. Okay, that did not let me drag and drop. And fonts crashed. Okay. Quite fine, nice. Yeah, we're just messing around with some logo stuff right now. I'm kind of tired of the game not having a logo. Because I'd love to get the store page kind of in motion a little bit. It would be very nice. Why is this not, like... Why can't I install it? Okay, it's installed, I guess, now. Just to mess around, I want to just start from scratch. New image. And I just want to experiment. Get rid of all this. Let's do text. I might have to restart Krita. I know I did have to with Paint.net, so it might be the same case here, but maybe we don't have to. That would be nice. Can I search in here? Nope. I think we have to close Krita. Which pains me because there's a lot of files in here that I have open. Don't care about metal scrap. Don't care about that. Icon energy. Don't think I care about that. Don't care about that. I don't know what these things are. Let's just go through and close these manually. It's the note, fish, flashlight. Electronic scrap. Plastic scrap, bandage, med kit, inhaler, fish again. Snooze the ad. My epic gear icon. Random garbage I don't care about. Empty image. Researcher. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Okay. Let's restart Krita. Hopefully the new font will be here. Blink. Load, Krita, load. Okay. I don't know why this is open. It's fine. All right. Let's mess with this again. I'll keep this just as a guide, but... Text. Text, where art thou? There you are. Deadlift. There it is. Too tiny. I had this at like 128 or something. And then this one goes up. About 162. Seems to be pretty much in line. And then I want to decrease the line spacing here because it's too far away. I wouldn't be opposed to doing like a multicolor text thing. But I'm not sure what we want to go with. I think it reminds me, though, of the Stranded Deep logo too much. When you got the multicolor, the white and red. So, that won't fly. We just keep it white. Keep it all white for now. I really wish that I could figure out a way to warp this without having to convert it into an image. I just don't think there's a way to do it. It would be really nice. Because doing that, it just shows, it just goes away. I can't do warp or cage or mesh. It just doesn't work. And then when I do it, it just actually literally goes away. Where is it? Excuse me? Okay. I guess it went away. So let's not do that. Let's go larger for the text then. 162. Oh, now we gotta go like way more. Let's change this back to our epic font. Yeah, this got to go way more now. That works. Keep it on white. So, what do we want to do here? I guess we have no choice but to convert it, so oh well. Let's try and get this in the center, though. Bruh. I get it centered and then it moves. Okay. Now we can convert to paint layer. Grab this and we can do perspective. And just line it up on the edges. I think right there. But that text does look a little warped. The other one didn't really have that problem, did it? So what's this weird line here? Oh, that's like the back of the elevator. Maybe we don't have to do the full thing or the full elevator. We just do a portion of it. Wish I could see where that corner was. I think it's there. That's a little too high, though. Like that. And maybe we just go, like, only a little bit ways up. Although I really hate how I can't, like, see if this is flat or not. There's just no way of knowing. Like, holding Control or Shift or Alt doesn't do anything. So... cool. I don't know. Maybe we can figure this out a better way. Let's go back into here. Reset our camera. Just do a normal camera now. Put this at 90. Hide all of that. Just delete it. And then we're just going to create a plane. And we're just going to do simple shapes so we can get this looking correctly. So MJK Mike, welcome in. How's it going? So like we can do something like this and then just expand it a little bit horizontally until it's like the proper ratio I want. So something like that would probably be fine. And then for the actual like elevator section, right, we can just grab this again, move it behind. Let's change this to be orthographic. Just increase the size of this to the edges. Make this a different color so it's not confusing. And we can actually just do this as an emission texture, like that. And this one's also an emission, but like a different color. Set our camera mode to whatever, film, transparent. We could potentially add in another rect down here just so we have some depth. Right, so bring that down. Shrink this until it looks how we want. I think something like that would be fine. And then let's give this face a different material. Just make it an emission. Also, we have an ad going on. My apologies. And now just get all this centered in the frame. Well, I guess that is centered where I want it to be centered. I think this is going to work better than actually modeling everything out, but let's go ahead and see. So there's our frame of reference. And you know what? Maybe while I'm here, we should just also add a plane in for this edge here. Also, are these like the same distance away? I feel like they're not. If I grab the corner here. I don't know, it's really hard to tell. It's a weird perspective thing. Let's just load this in and see. Okay, it's doing it weird. Working with really large resolutions like this is a little slow. Also, Create loves to do this thing where it gives it a white background. I really hate how it does that. Maybe it's just because it's on the bottom layer. I'm trying to paste it in. There we go. Anyways, ads are over. Sorry about that. But trying to figure out a functional test architecture for Unreal. Yeah, codebase is getting too big for me to find regressions. Okay. Yeah, I would love to figure out how to do testing and stuff. It's just definitely a little bit trickier with video games, but it would be awesome. Think you can edit that? I would love to, if that's a thing. Because I get pretty tired of it. I can configure pasting. Oh yeah, I can just like... Yeah, prefer local copy always, probably. Oh, we're downloading original source. Let's just do that. Save sessions, file handling. It's like backup stuff. I don't know. I might have to look into that. Honestly, I hate it, but Claude does a pretty good job at test architecture for basic stuff. Yeah. Like get the $20 one or give you a week free. I don't know. I think I appreciate the offer, but yeah. I think that is a pretty common use though of AI with programming. I know with a lot of people I've talked to, there's a couple of companies and stuff that use that in production. So, because test cases are one of those things that AI can't like mess up on. I think I was talking about this at one point, but like, if an AI does a weird test, like it doesn't matter. You just remove the test. So that's probably one of the like better uses, I feel like. Talk to a podcast, my favorite podcast, totally. All right, let's try this again. Yeah, definitely let me know how it goes though. I am interested. There's like is there a space there? Oh no, there's not. Is there a space? No. It shows a space. Ah. Heck if I know, guys. Let's do 200. A little bit larger. Around 260. And let's try this once again. Save. So before I do this, I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate that text so I don't lose it again. Now, we go to convert to paint layer. We go to transform tool, perspective. And now we have these super sharp lines that I can use as a much better guide. So have been doing unit tests already? Oh, yeah, duh. Set and forget, does bang up job. Nice, yeah. Maybe one day I'll look into something like that. Let's put that over there. Throw that up there. I hope the text doesn't get all warped. Well, like in a bad way, obviously. What? Oh, there's another one behind it. I was like, what is going on? Okay, so this is kind of what I wanted for the text. It's warped how I want. So obviously this background thing is not going to be here, but it's kind of just a frame that we can use, right? So the next thing then is let's actually duplicate the frame. We're going to delete the center bit here. And I need to do like a, I don't know how I would do this. I need to like get this shape and expand it and then erase again. This would be really easy to do in paint.net because I know how to do this, but I don't know how I would do it here. Well, Zyler 10 Studio, welcome in. How's it going? What would it be in adjust? Artistic? I don't even know. I want to do like a expand, whatever you call that. It's none of that. It's like in paint.net, there's like the distort tab, but I don't think this really has that, does it? Because I could do like an outline thing, and that would work. Because what I could do is do another layer, fill it in with a color like this, and then we say tools, scripts, pixel borders. I've always had a lot of trouble with this tool, but let's try it. And then steps, I think, is like the size. Oh God. And like, did it work? It kind of did, but for some reason it gave it like those weird angled edges. I mean, I guess I don't really mind it that much. Maybe it's kind of a vibe, actually. Okay, let's do that again. But do it a little bit more. We did 64. Let's up that to like, how much more? Maybe 96. Try that. It's going good. Just finished chapter 4 of Deltarune. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I would like to maybe get into that game one day. I don't know. It seems cool and stuff, and I think the lore stuff is, you know, neat. But to be honest, I think it's just the gameplay is the thing that, like, I don't really care about when it comes to, like, Undertale and Deltarune. I don't know. I always just think that, whatchamacallem, JRPGs or whatever. I guess it's a JRPG. Is that what you classify Undertale as? I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe one day. If I do, like, dive into it, I think I'd really want to, like, set aside enough time to fully play through all of it. I wouldn't want to, like, do it halfway. Okay, so this is what we got here. I think we could do this. This has all those, like, funny pixels in the back. But I think we could just do this. Threshold 1. Cut. Paste. Where is it? Cut. Paste. It didn't paste anything. Okay. Oh, it's because this one's above it. Oh. Let's delete all these layers now. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Like, what is this one? Move that. Move all these. Alright, so these are our guides for the gradients now. But I do want to add in our little elevator button thing over there, so... I noticed that... yeah, using Krita to make pixel art stuff, should give it a try. Sometimes a sprite doesn't fit your mindset. Yeah. I think definitely, like, a sprite's good, but I've never really liked a lot of things about it, to be honest. I don't like how it uses its own, like, proprietary file dialogue, because I just think it's just annoying. I don't want to have to use some fancy pixel art stylized one. I like how Krita is just, like, very, I don't know, normal. And Krita, I think, does a way better job of, obviously I can do, like, higher resolution stuff, and there's more, like, there's more tools specifically for non-pixel art stuff, which is the reason why I'm using Krita. Like Paint.net. Honestly, Paint.net wasn't that bad. The only thing that was kind of really annoying was just the fact that there's no auto-saving. And it was always just one of those things where I'm like, man, I gotta find something different eventually. I like Krita because it's definitely like similar enough to Paint.net where it wasn't too much of a hassle, I think, for me to move over to it, so. But, yeah. Yeah, Krita's been good. There's definitely like things I've just gotta, you know, figure out. And it's not really that Krita does anything wrong. Whenever there's something that I struggle with, it's just because I just haven't used it enough to really get familiar enough, right? And that's really my only gripe I have with it, like, so. It's not even really Krita's fault. I would like to be able to, like, warp this layer a little bit, kind of like how the text is. I don't know if we have anything that would work for that, unfortunately. I do have a ton of stuff in Paint.net for warping, but I mean, there's like Wave. That basically does what I want. Just wish I could make it more, you know, noisy or whatever. It's like too perfect. It's also random noise, but that's not what I want. Yeah, I see recently I got some viewers while I was streaming that asked me about Pixel Composer to make game assets. Yeah. I didn't really follow its development, but right now it's still quite unstable. Yeah, interesting. I haven't heard that one. Pixel Composer. Okay. It's like a node-based thing? That's very interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of this. I do like procedural stuff like this, so maybe I need to look into this. Yeah, so you can do... Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, it's really like Blender shading. I love make procedural stuff. Yeah, I've always had a really fun time doing procedural things. I could see this being pretty useful. So it even does let you do 3D stuff, it looks like. And you can like merge primitives together, which is very cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have to like watch this one. Because yeah, doing stuff like this and like easy outline stuff, like pixel perfect outline, I can see that being pretty helpful. You can even render a sprite sheet. That's what would be really cool about this. Like you can do animation stuff a lot easier. It's definitely cool. I'll follow this. Sort of a geonode / shading from Blender, yeah. Or geometry node, yeah. Does seem cool. Does it like have like a regular drawing mode or like is it just nodes? Because I think if you have like textures, you'd have to import them, right? I presume. Yeah, it looks like you'd have to like... Okay, there's a node build canvas. All right, interesting. I might have to take a look at this. I mean, most of the time, like, I've been just doing any kind of effects I do on pixel art just with shaders, like, in Engine. But there are some things that are really tricky to do that with. Also, you run into potential performance things eventually, you know, sometimes. So I could see this might be pretty neat. And it would let you kind of, like, bake animations easier, because it's like you do all the stuff prior to the pixelization, so you can do really neat stuff like this animated border. But yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I have nothing advanced right now. You can use a sprite or other external editor to make a base, then work with PC to compose and animate. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's probably what the workflow would be like if I were to dabble with this, I think. Draw the base textures in the program I want, and then just import them in here to modulate. It's definitely cool, though. Yeah, is it still like... There's a demo. I wonder how the demo would work. Looks like it's still in beta, as far as I can tell. So why does Krita cost money on Steam? I guess just to support the developers, right? That's probably what it is. Anyways. But, you know, the effort to switch programs is very subjective. Yeah. It's always tricky. Yeah. I struggle with that a lot, like swapping to Krita, where I was like, is it actually worth it for me to use Krita? Because the extra time it takes to learn an engine is a real consideration. Or not an engine, but a program, you know. Programming brain. But because if you're like doing it as your job, like that decision becomes much more complicated. It's easy for someone just making games as a little hobby side thing to be like, yeah, I'll mess with this tool. But when you have like real deadlines and stuff like that, it's not so easy just to be like, yeah, let's try this other thing out. Because if then you're wasting valuable time, right? So here we go. I think oil paint is what I want on this. What this will do is kind of give it like we'll see what it does. And I think I can disable like the smoothing so it stays sharp. But this kind of like makes it a little wobbly. Once it loads. It's very slow. It's such a big image. Oh, brush size is 1. Let's up that like quite a bit. Turn off smoothing. Am I doing this on the right layer? Yeah, I am. Now we wait. Yeah, absolutely. Far for a real stable version with less bugs. Yeah. There's a lot of programs like that have been kind of in the back of my mind that I'm like waiting on for just a more stable version. I do think Material Maker is really cool. We were checking that out last stream. But I think it's just a little bit too laggy and unstable right now for me to like really work this into the pipeline. But it's definitely very neat. I just hope that, I think with a couple more updates, things will be a little bit more stable. But I am excited for this. Yeah, and that other thing is really cool. Let's see. Absolutely take my advantage, bring new stuffs. Yeah, in life. The moment that I want to learn 2D and Godot to introduce, yeah, into my workflow. Managing a LUT palette for the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to mess with some lookup table stuff for Deadlift, actually. I think it would be nice. Easy way to stylize things. We might look at that today. Also, this oil painting thing is like not doing anything. I don't know why. For some reason, these corners got a little curved, but let's see if there's another thing like that. Artistic. I mean, it's not, oil painting is the thing I want. But I guess it does, like, I don't know. Maybe raindrops? No. I wish we had a filter here to do this. I just want to, like, apply, like, a noise distortion, right? I just don't know if we have that in here, though. I don't think so. But we could look for Krita plugins. So. I have Material Maker 2, but haven't had the right opportunity to use it. Yeah. It's pretty useful for 3D stuff. I don't think it would be very easy to do 2D with it. Okay, here's some interesting things. Aging. Is this just an artwork, or is this a plugin? No, this is an artwork. Okay. Here, let's look at... Ooh. I do need to look at these more often because there's a lot of cool plugins. Brush sound effects. Separate brush eraser. That's actually kind of cool. Your mom is using 3D stuff? Dude. Come on, man. What's going on, Susan? Displace filter. Now, that might be what I want. This is kind of what I want. I don't want it to do like that, though. Does it let me, like, choose specifically what displacement pattern? I don't know. I'm tempted to just copy this and put it in a paint.net really quick and bring it back in. Because I know exactly what I want to do. I haven't opened paint.net in eons. It's gonna open? Okay. Why is it so slow? Yeah, I wish Paint.net had auto-saving. That would be pretty nice. Why is this showing a not... Oh. Because Krita copies things odd. No matter. Oh god, that would crash my computer. Forget how everything is in here now. Okay. Now we can go to distort. Crystallize is a good one. Up the cell size. And this is what I wanted. I just want to add a little bit of stylization to this so it's not just like a perfect... Crystallize isn't too bad, but let's look at like maybe... there's a lot of different ones in here. Like jitter isn't too bad. You can set like a maximum and width. But that's not the vibe. Morphology was the one I was looking for because this lets you just put in a width and height that it just expands by. It's honestly really convenient. I wish I had some of these plugins in Krita because they're really nice. Sine waves. Krita does have this, essentially. This is the wave one they have. But that's not what I want. There's also frosted glass. That one does more of like a... like smoothing. No, that's not really the vibe. Dense. Dense is more what I want, I think. So there is refraction. That's like how... Yeah, so we'd keep refraction pretty low. We can up detail a bit. So yeah, this is good. This is pretty much exactly what I want. Then there's turbulence, which let's keep that at the default. And I think I just want to lower scale a little bit. Or actually, keep scale relatively high, probably. And just do more detail. And lower the quality to lowest. So this is what we end up with. And we can go through and edit this more if we need to, but it's not bad. Now we can just paste this back in. If it'll work. Okay. Oh. Oh god. There it goes. I think it just matches with the text a little bit more. Maybe a little bit too much roughness, so let's undo it. Modify the roughness a little bit. I do kind of miss Paint.net a little bit, not gonna lie. There's pros and cons to both programs. And then maybe just drop the scale a little bit to like 64. What's refraction again? Oh yeah, that's like how much it goes. Let's keep that at like default. Oh. Bring it to like right there. I really like how Paint.net the selection is, where I don't have to like perfectly grab the corner like I do in Krita. I can just go from the edge and be like, bam. I wish Krita did that. And sometimes pasting in here is impossible. There we go. Yeah. Anyways, let's mess with this now, finally. So, let's create a little tiny elevator button thing here. We'll just use this. I wish it wasn't rounded, but it's fine. I have to figure out how this is going to work. Theoretically, I think if this was an arrow, then the bottom here would be like at the same Y level. It's tricky. I think it would be like that. Change the brush type at the top. Oh, like this brush? Okay. Like do a line eraser, that's nice. Well, this work for now. I want to thicken this up a little bit. Really wish I had the morphology tool. Now I gotta redo it. Let's go a little less. Like that. Good enough. Back to this one. Eraser mode. Eraser mode. Arrow. So we're just gonna throw 2 arrows in here. Let's just do it like 1 here. Paste it. And I guess I'm actually going to have to... Or no, I can just flip horizontal and vertical. Like that. So now we got that. Just get these aligned where I want. We can select both these, delete it from here. And now we've got those arrows as cutouts. All right, so we can mess with gradients now. Do we want to do white or red? Red is cool, but let's see what a white gradient looks like. And I might actually just bring this down all the way. Oh, but I guess then I have to select the other one too. Hold up. I don't even know if this is gonna look good. But we'll try. I don't even know if we need the gradient. The more I look at this. Maybe we literally just do white. And possibly down here could be like semi-transparent. Or we just give it gray. Maybe we do 50% opacity like that. Well, I don't know if this is the vibe, but we'll see. One thing I did want to do possibly is some blood splatter on the bottom here, which now we can do that easily. I also hate how opacity is handled in Krita. That's another thing that's always been very frustrating. In Paint.net, opacity is just a part of your color that you're using, right? So like I'm in here, I've got the color picker, that's the pencil. I forget like all the keybinds now. I don't even know. What is it? K. And I really like how it's just, this is your alpha right here. You get to specify precisely how much alpha there is, just in terms of the color. So you can do like this, where you put down the color, and it'll just stay that opacity unless you actually select it and change the opacity. And then if you do one over here that's at a different opacity, you just go to select it again, and it gives you the same opacity value. I wish Krita was like that, because I really despise the way it does it here, where your opacity, it just seems like it never stays the same. I don't know what's going on. Like I set it here, I do something, you know, and then I go back and it's set back to 41%. I just want this to stop doing that. But I don't even know what I can do about that, so it's very annoying. Opacity is super frustrating. But oh well. Well, so I guess we can now merge this text in as well. And maybe possibly... Let's maybe finish this up in Paint.net because I'm a little tired of it. Let's just do this. And I really like how Paint.net also pastes with transparency. It's another thing that's really annoying in Krita, is like when you paste something in, it like puts it in transparent instead of like cropping out the area. So sometimes pasting is also really annoying. I don't know. It's a little bit infuriating at times. But it is what it is. Krita's not a perfect program. Far from it. Oops. Oops. Opposite. Let's also turn off anti-aliasing. I'm just gonna draw in some blood splatters here. I'm sure we'll change this up. And then what I can do on this is apply, since it's on a separate layer. Actually, I guess what we do is we just draw this extending past the borders. Like this. We can have that go up. Whatever. Maybe a couple little splotches here and there. Then we can go to adjust, do the same thing that we did last time. Where we do distort, dense. Mess with the scale and the detail. We can do turbulence if we want. Let's not do much of that. The refraction amount, so we can like make it more splattery, like this. Boom. Apply it. Select the areas outside of it. I guess we do 0 tolerance. And then just select the areas outside, and boom, we've got blood splatter. Also, if we want, we could select this zone. Do that. I don't know if this is the vibe, but we could potentially do like, I don't know, not pure white for the text and stuff. I don't know what color we would do. Our classic rusty brown. Maybe. What do you guys think? I kind of like that a little bit better. Maybe we do a dark mode. We do black. It's kind of a vibe, actually. I don't mind that. Maybe. Now I can select this area down here. Let's apply a different color. A little bit darker. And I guess we just also do black or something. Maybe the bottom here can be the gradient. So we could do this. Also, I really like how you can do this in Paint.net. It's not too bad. Maybe we do a little less of a purple vibe here. This is something a little annoying about Paint.net is sometimes the color settings are like really weird. Oh, I just selected a different red. Never mind. But sometimes that does happen where like the colors are not what you think they are. But I think this works okay. I'll have to confer with the gang and see what the vibes are. But I gotta make sure this stuff is gone. Make sure it's not grabbing the red, which it is. One thing that's nice about Paint.net actually is I can go to colors. Not colors, it's like one of these things. I'll find it. Thought it was color. Maybe not. Render? Actually, it might be in a different section. It's in adjustments, and then it's Herbs Plus. I can go to the alpha channel and then just up it. Oh, well then that's going to make all those stuff black. Okay. Let's do temporarily just change this to, but we already have a gradient. Also, that's all messed up down there because it goes to white. Hold on, let's let's undo some of these changes really quick. Set that back to what it was. Just make that whatever color. Same with this stuff. Now I want to get rid of these like semi-transparent pixels down here. Which I guess we could just fill all these in. It would work. Now we select this. Stop that in case there's any stray transparency. Delete. Alright. Also, another thing that I like about Paint.net. When you like paint bucket a thing, you can change the color after you've paint bucketed it. So like you can just like paint bucket and then tweak the colors until it looks like how you want. I've always kind of liked that. So I realize I just messed up, didn't I? Oh no, is there transparency around there too? Oh, God. Didn't realize this part. Okay, we gotta do everything. Maybe I should have just not applied the transparency in here yet. But actually, I could just recopy this. And barely delete this. Now this is at a different position. Yikes. We'll get it figured out. Let's just do a different color on this. Up the tolerance. Just until the point where it doesn't make that other stuff black. Okay. Oh. That's not gonna work. Right there. Also, just to be extra safe. Oh, see, it did all these, too. That's a little funny. Well, I can just select that stuff now and erase it. This is why I don't like... Sometimes it's annoying to work with anti-aliasing, because you get like a lot of weird semi-transparent pixels on the edges, and it's just a nightmare. Trying to like change color of a transparent thing. It's really annoying. Like for the Big Boy Games logo, I just did a resolution that was so obscenely high, it didn't even matter. Oh, shoot. Ugh. Okay. That's fixed. Just to be safe, we're going to go to quantize, set it to 2 colors. Or I guess 3, because it's technically, I think the transparency is 1. Alright, I'm just going to make sure all of these are gone by applying some different backgrounds here. Oh, you can immediately see one. These are not gone. Okay. This guy. Let's see if that gets rid of it. I think we're looking good there. Okay, got the 2 separate colors, the blood on its own layer. Let's make sure the blood doesn't... I don't think that'll have any weird issues, but let's just make sure. Yeah, that's fine. Now, finally, let's erase all this and do our gradient. So we're gonna go from a black color to another black color that's transparent. Did I do that straight? No, I did not. There we go. Okay. We've done it, gamers. So I might have to make this logo like glow or something, we'll see, but let's just go put it in the game because I'm curious to see what this looks like. PNG. It's not perfect, but it'll do the job. I was getting tired of epic placeholder logo, so... or logo. Boom. Logo. It actually does make sense, because since all the UI is black, that just matches, so... Maybe we'll change it at some point, but I think it works okay for now. Let's make sure, though, that that's going to be on a background that's visible. I think it'll be visible, but don't want any issues. It's a little annoying to read with the stuff going on back there. I could make the edges glow, and that would kind of help. Or literally, I could technically just give this an outline shader. Actually, is this a spatial shader? I think so. The end is nigh type logo. Let's see, what is that? The end is nigh. Oh yeah, this is got perspective warp. Technically also like the Minecraft logo. A little bit. So let's see, what do I want to do? I could just bake the glow into the logo, but I don't know. That's lame and stupid. Actually, this is just a control node. Can I just like do... No, it's not like text. Screw it. Let's go to Godot shaders. What's going on? Guys, I think something's wrong with Godot shaders. Okay, we're fine. And then let's just search for a glow shader really quick. Sick logo, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll have to see. I need to like show Zach and see where we stand on it. I think it's probably better to take a more simplistic route like this than do an actual 3D model, because it just, I think, is a little, I don't know, distracting. When it's flatter like this, I think it's just better. But is this doing anything? No! So many errors. Oh. Yeah, I gotta go back through and fix those at some point, but not right now. Threshold. Opacity. Okay. Oh, glow color. Intensity. We need to have a... Okay, this is like an actual glow. That's not gonna work. I just want like this. Ah, it's spatial. Screw it, guys. Let's just go bake it into the logo. Take me 2 seconds. And I guess while we're here, let's fix all the little errors here. Ah. I get used to the keybinds. Just go until it's not doing the same color. Ooh. Right there. Unfortunately, some of these are full on funny. Actually, on this layer, we could do, we could get rid of all of the, let's see, go to curves, alpha, and do that, because there's no black, so. Now let's get this all fixed. Watch all of the pixels appear down here. Oh, man. Oh, God, what did I just do? I don't know what I did, but I don't like it. Oh. Technically on this one it almost works as like anti-aliasing, but I don't like it. I want this all to be clean and normal. Ah, and the top half's got the same problem. Alright. It's better. Only a couple spots I gotta fix, like all these. Okay. Boom. Fix those guys. Boom. And all these. Okay. And this little funny thing. Let's check this again. Are we good? Oh. Yeah, we're good. Actually, accept this. Okay, final thing. I swear, guys. We gotta do the inverse now. But this one's easier. Because it's just... we do a big rectangle. Make sure that's filled. Alright, test this again. And I think that was everything. There's a couple here. Oh, the lines between these two colors aren't super clear anyways. Alright. That looks pretty good. Okay, now we can just erase all the black. I might as well do a bunch just in case. Alright, so we can just duplicate this. We go to Curves Plus, go to Luminosity, and up it to maximum. Right now everything on this layer is white. So I can just grab that, blur it. Actually, I might do, maybe I'll just fill this stuff in with pure white here. Hold on. Like that. Same with like these. Make sure there's no transparent bits. Oh, there are. Just to make it slightly more readable. Okay, let's just do a big rectangle. Oops, wrong tool. And then we'll give this a little bit of a transparency, like this. And I guess technically, really, the only place I need this is just around the text. I don't really need it down here. So I'll just delete it there, honestly. So we can set the opacity on this, like, somewhere in the middle. 135. And see what this looks like now. Might help a little bit, possibly. Oops. Forgot to put the blood back on. Let's see. Is it more readable? It does help, but let's see what it looks like in game. I don't want it to look stupid. does that add? Too many things open. It is more readable. But I don't know, maybe we just go full, like, full white. Possibly. I don't know if that looks goofy, but we're about to find out. It does mean that it'll be 100% readable no matter the background if we just do full white like that, so... I mean, maybe not a terrible idea. Actually, something we could potentially do instead of white, because white's pretty, like, stark. We actually just use our dark red color. It's like purple. Like that. Possibly. That's a little bit hard to read, though. Let's see what the white looks like. That's what the white looks like. It's not terrible. What do you guys think? I think it's better than Epic placeholder logo. So. The vignette on the white. Yeah, what we could do actually, let's experiment. Instead of just doing a full big white rectangle, we just select the text and then give that like essentially a glow. Of course, these are going to be annoying. How long is this song, dude? I feel like this song has been playing for eons. Do you guys feel like that? Oh, maybe I'm crazy. Then let's erase the edges. Sorry for the double music playing. I'll fix it in a second. Here, let's delete that. And that temporarily. Now I can just get all these. So I think that's everything. So now we can just grab this. We swap it out to white. And put that back in. Put below that one. What? What are you guys saying? All right, place this with the blur. So now we can do kind of like this, which is another possibility. We could try this instead. Let's see what this looks like. So that's what that looks like. It still retains most of its readability. Looks on Go Hard, I know, yeah. We could go with that. We could potentially do that and give it just like a little bit of initial, like if we go back into here, undo the blur. We duplicate this again. We blur this one, But then on this one, we go into distort morphology. Thank you for snoozing the ad. And give it like a little bit of width. So we could do outline plus glow. Let's see what this looks like. Oops, I keep forgetting to include the blood. It's better than I go to sleep. Continuation, yeah. Well, thanks for coming in. Got some Z's. Okay, this is what this looks like. Come on. So that's one option. Well, so thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Or we just skip the glow entirely and just do an outline around the text, which is yet another option. Let's see what that one looks like just for fun. Just give it a little bit more. Actually, this one might be a vibe. Let's see. Thanks for the hydrate. Much appreciated. Okay, guys, what do you think about this one? What are the thoughts? There's also another possibility. Didn't remove rogue home? Okay, let's do it right now. So I don't forget. Delete rogue home. I think we'll stick with this for now. I don't want to mess with this for eons. I need to get, like, some feedback on this from the other team members, and then we'll go from there. But anyways, let's continue on. At least we got, like, a working version, I think, so I'm happy with that for now. Let's go ahead and I want to work our way up. Start with the easy stuff. I want to fix that little lip on the elevator because it causes a lot of navigation issues. So maybe let's go into there and do that really quick. So the reason for that is I'm auto-generating the physics on this elevator. And to be honest, I don't think we need to do that. I might just manually define it. So let's go into the elevator blend. Go to plane. Physics, we turn off. And now I want to manually define the physics. So let's just add a new child. Static body. Call this main physics. Collision layer 1. And start adding collision shapes on here. Let's do a box. This will probably just be a little more reliable. Instead of all these little tiny things having collision for some reason, because... Well, it's annoying though, because I'm going to have to do that. Okay, you know what? I feel like being lazy, so we're going to do this. We're going to pull what's called an epic gamer move. We're going to fix the collision shape. Now here's what we're going to do, guys, and you won't believe it. We're going to go back into Blender. I like how this has like almost perspective. And then we're going to open up the elevator. Alright, alright. And we're going to remove the lip. and then add it back in. I was lost, but this song found me. Let's go, dude. Goes pretty hard. Not gonna lie. So I'm gonna select all of these vertices here. We're going to separate. And then back on the main mesh, we delete them. Something like that. Actually, maybe instead of doing that, let's just select all of these faces that matter. This will make more sense. So we select all those. I think that's all of them. Oh, but those are like a part of it. Actually, I guess we can then just, yeah, include those faces. So we got all that now. We say separate, and now we can hide this, and I'll call this a different thing. Lip. Boom. So this is what the true elevator mesh looks like now. Let's hide this arrow button. And it does mean that we have to then extend this out, because otherwise it's not going to have proper collision. That is a-okay. Select over there. I think we just do it to right there. Let's grab the distance on these. Oops. I need the Y position. Minus 0.6. Let's also make the lip visible again. Okay, so it doesn't extend all the way out there. Let's fix that. It'll go right up to this point. Well, actually, then let's just do this. There we go. Maybe just so we don't have weird gaps, I'm also going to merge this geometry down as well. And I think that's the same geometry, so let's just do merge to there. And get both of these down to... Oh, what? Still has like a little bit of... Here. Just for a second, I'm going to hide these two so I can see what the heck's going on. Alright. I guess I didn't include these in the other one. That might be a problem. We will find out. Then what's the X on that? Alright. So that's been corrected there. Oh, God, ads. No. Oops. I'm so sorry about the ads, guys. They're my arch nemesis. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, I guess we don't really need this stuff to extend down because there isn't geometry down there anymore. Who even gets ads? Not anybody that's subscribed with Twitch Prime, or not Twitch Prime. You get the idea. Here, there's like a weird face here. Let's delete that. Twitch Shine. Yeah. Let's move these back up to 0, because I don't like them being here. Okay, I swear guys, this should be fine now. Let's make all these visible again. I don't know what that one is. Twitch crimes, yeah. Twitch does that a lot. There we go. So now this lip is a separate node. And it's not going to be calculated with the collision. So thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So let's go get that same material. It's just like old metal or something. Is it not called metal? What is it? It's not metal door, right? No. It's not brushed metal. Oh, it's just metal. Boom. Check this, guys. Let's see if there's any collision problems. Hopefully there's not. Big boy games. And we'll use an item as a collision detector. Or I could just walk. Yeah, that fixes it though. See, it's normal now. So I think we're good to go. There's no more bumping on the camera. That seems to be going by just fine. Oh, right. I forgot about this. So why is this not valid, though? It's a little weird. I mean, that's how I'm getting my position. Grid position. And this is map coordinates. Grid position X and Y. Oh. You know, I'm doing this stupid. Let's just say global dot global to map. Sure. I mean, that seems ridiculous because it's just converting what grid position was. I don't know why it's not getting the thing. I mean, map coordinates, I'm pretty sure are vector 2i's. Yeah. Very strange. I'm just going to print what position data is. Maybe it's just like one specific light that it's not working on or something. Let's generate and see. Nope, because it just immediately does null. I don't ever want that to fail, though. I need to know what cell it's spawning in. It's really weird that it's not working. I'm trying to think why that's like that. It's a little weird. Let me skip, bro. So, is this just still printing a bunch of null? Some of them work. Shows just freezer and type 0. But none of the room ones are working. I don't know what's going on here. So what is this returning? It's literally just looping through every position of map chords and pushing it back like that. X and Y. So then converting that back, I would just do vector 2i, I dot x, I dot z. Oh. That's probably what's going on here. Let's try this again. I was doing y instead. Yeah, I should probably just start using 3D coordinates for the map instead of how I'm doing it now. Although there are some things that are very helpful. being able to represent it as 2D. So anyways, now the lights are at the right position, so it's good enough for now. But eventually I'll probably tear up the coordinate system and make it three-dimensional. Then way later down the line, I want to rotate the elevator so I don't have to do any of those weird coordinate conversion things when it comes to orientations. But man, rotating this is a pain because a lot of things are like already configured for a specific rotation. Like this, for example, just that swing and like a whole bunch of stuff like that. So that makes me feel like this. Maybe with a tier. So. Oh. Anyways. But I think both of these things should be fixed. I'm kind of waiting for the doorman right now to come out. He's taking a long time. Is he gonna come out? Also, there's a kobold somewhere that is having some trouble right now. Oh. I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to reach an item, but he already has an item. What is he doing? Something's wrong with him. He's broken. I don't know what to do. Why is he... Okay, so he's searching for an item somehow, which doesn't make any sense. Maybe that's part of what all these kobold issues are. Let's go look at the way that he's doing this. So, right here, if item slot.current item. So, he's making sure that there is no item there. Then this stuff only does anything if he has a target item, but up here is target item. Let's, I guess, make sure that this gets reset to null every frame, regardless of his status in there. I think that's fixed the problem. He still does that weird, like, stuttery movement, though. I don't know what's going on with that. That's a little strange to me. Why is he moving like that? I'm not sure what he's doing. None of the other guys are moving like that. It's a little odd. Why would he be doing that? Maybe it's just because of this? Target item, which is being set to null. Can't reach timer. He's a quirky guy. There's nothing in here that resets his velocity. Right? I don't know what he's doing. It's really strange. Unless he's having like issues with like gravity? Let's try it, I suppose. Let's get rid of the line where it pushes his velocity down. Oh, he is. So for some reason, I guess he's being pushed too hard into the ground. I think what I need to do is... Oops. In Entity, only push him down if he's not already touching the ground, right? Because I think that's part of what's causing his issues. Very strange. Bro, stop shooting me. What's going on? Maybe the issue is that it's too much velocity? It doesn't make any sense, though, to multiply that by delta, because that's not how this works. I don't know why it causes them all to freak out like that. Then now they're fine? Sometimes? But like that person keeps freaking out. See, sometimes they get stuck in like that kind of loop. And I'm not really sure why that is. Really odd. See, like, what's going on? Oh, quirky. How else would you handle this? Because I'm pretty sure this is like what... I mean, I guess I could just exponentially increase this value. Possibly. Like, so it doesn't really do... Hello. Hi. Also, it seems like he had no trouble getting past the elevator lips, so I think we're good. They seem fine now. I think maybe it's just that if we... Never mind. What? And they're just like floating in the air. Oh, you can see they slowly move down. See, how did they even get up in the first place? I'm just gonna have a variable that's like in air or something. If in air, or no, wait. Bar in air is true by default. And if at any moment they collide with the ground, then we know that they're no longer in the air and we stop moving them and we freeze their vertical velocity. Hey, Hypnotic, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? So then we say if in air is false, and we also say so let's see, velocity is that. Well, if not in air, we force their velocity to be that. And as soon as they touch the ground, I think you can say like freeze something. Let's go look at this. Finishing our new save load process. Let's go. So working from what I can tell. Nice. Tonight we get back to bug fixing. Yes. The eternal task of any game developer. Always more bugs to fix. Yeah, it's cool stuff. We've just been working on Deadlift today. Just a bunch of small things mainly, but we got some logo stuff going now. Let's see, snapping distance. Block on wall. That's good. Stop on slope. Just having an issue right now where like entities are having weird problems with physics stuff, but I guess there's no way to freeze collision, unfortunately, as far as I can tell in here. But now I need to put up a new playtest build once I fix the menu not closing. Yeah, playtesting is very important. Yeah, if you got any links or anything you want to drop in chat, you're totally welcome to. Yeah, we have been messing with logo stuff. This is more temporary right now than anything, but I think it's okay. Let's go. We got the Steam page here. Nice. Yeah, this is looking pretty epic. Cool stuff. Yeah, I'm excited to try this out. Do you have a... I can't remember if you had a demo up. No demo yet, but yeah. Nice. By freeze collision, there's some... I guess maybe it just isn't a thing with character bodies, but if you have, for example, a rigid body, there's like a thing in here you can... What is it? Constant, or that's not what I'm thinking. Constant forces. Axis locks. So you can like lock a velocity on a specific axis. You could say like lock the linear y-axis so they don't ever like get bumped up or down. Maybe I'm just using the wrong variable and you can do that. Let me try that. I might just have to say linear, axis lock linear. Yeah, there we go. Is true. All right. So hopefully this works. Oh, and also this is only if NR is true. Because once they hit the ground, there's not anything, like, there's no slopes in this game, so they shouldn't ever, like, rise up. They should just stay locked in at the floor and move on that plane forever. Maybe some specific entities, we change that behavior, but for almost all of them, I think that's the way it should work. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Actually, I think I know what happened. I set the velocity the wrong value. I made them float in the air. Let's try that again. Hopefully everything is reliable now. Because these guys were having really weird issues where they would have like weird physics problems. Are they? Is it still happening? It might be. Ah, man. Yeah, I don't know. They keep like stuttering. It's like they can't. They're like hitting a physics shape or something. I don't really know what's going on. But it's really annoying. Maybe I just need to keep the default gravity force really low. And just like do that. But then maybe for some very specific entities I increase that. Because like we've got the doorman. Actually, don't I just tween his position now or something? Well, I do all that stuff. But maybe just for him, we set the velocity higher because he, like, drops down from the ceiling. Because now they seem to be fine for the most part. Never mind. I don't know what's going on with these guys. Unless they're just approaching, they're reaching their target position, but I don't think that's what's happening here. They wouldn't just be targeting right in front of themselves like that over and over. It should always be a random point in the entire maze. Yeah, something's weird. Unless that literally is their target, but that seems not possible. Yeah, I don't know. Something's weird. Because I didn't have this issue before. I don't know why suddenly it's deciding to happen. It's pretty odd to me. I mean, I can just set that to... I can just get rid of that line. Maybe it's because they actually already got their things frozen. Let's restart. See, like, these guys seem fine. They're sliding normal. Let's see if, are they floating? I think he's floating, though. See, that's the problem, is they start floating. And I don't know why that's happening. Let's go past these guys. Where's the kobold? I hear him. Ooh. Where is he? Oh, there he is. See, like, he can move normal, but I don't know, it's really weird. Could just move a little mesh every time they change target. I guess, but I don't know what the deal is. Maybe I just need to set that value much lower than I think. Like, minus 0.1. And maybe that would be okay. So they eventually stay on the floor if they ever start floating. But, like, then he does his weird stuttering stuff again. The only other thing I can think of is that it's nothing to do with the physics, but it has to do with the way the navigation or something is getting baked. I don't think that's the problem, but it seemed like... Yeah, you mentioned, Steven, it could be nav. Let's look at it and see if there's anything weird. I don't know why that would happen. I mean, as far as I know, it should just all be fine, but who knows? Maybe it's baking weird now. It looks pretty normal to me. Like, I'm not seeing any issues. There are 2 nav meshes, in case you're wondering what all their stuff is. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little quirky. It's like he just keeps getting hung up on the ground, and it's causing him to, like, stutter like that. What did I even change, though? Because they haven't done that before. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we do restart. Because I literally didn't do anything. Because I'm pretty sure that... Let me go check the entity script. It's just been at -5 the whole time. Yeah. I don't know why all of a sudden it causes a problem. I mean, what did I change? I can't think of what I changed. I don't know. A little bit odd, if I do say so. I'd like to set this back to the normal value, which was -5. It looks like he's getting stuck at the nav triangle line. Yeah. Why that would be the case, though? I mean, I haven't even really changed anything with the navigation baking either. Like, it's practically the same. Also, it's really odd to me that some guys are normal. Like, he's moving around like he should be. But it's specifically these guys. I don't know what's different about them that causes that. Maybe, like, I accidentally changed their mesh or something, and they have, like, a weird collision box, but it seems pretty normal in here. I mean, seems fine. He's on grounded mode. That's, yeah, 15 degrees. I mean, it's all just on the default. It's no different from the other guys. Could possibly be like an axis lock thing. I mean, I really doubt it, but maybe like his physics shape or something keeps rotating. So just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead and lock that. Axis lock angular Y is true. Because none of these guys should ever rotate. Actually, no, it's not the Y that I want to lock. I think it's X and Z. Let's just make sure. Maybe that has something to do with it, but that would be pretty weird. I don't know why it would. Because I don't think am I even locking that on the player and stuff? I don't think I am. Those guys are business as usual. Man, looks like we still have the same problem. Let's go ahead and make collision shapes visible as well. I just want to take a look at that. Definitely notice for some reason doing 3D in Godot occasionally, like things just change like that. I've had that happen with other things, like for some reason the nav baking did that same thing where like it was fine and then all of a sudden even though I didn't do anything, it's just different now. And it's kind of the same thing here. So, I mean, their collision shapes are normal. Raising the agent offset, I could do that. And what's the usual offset on this? Path height offset. Yeah. Let's change that to... Here, do I get the agent here? I don't, but I'm going to add a new variable on here for that. Navigation agent 3D is get node or null. D. Oh. Shoot. already doing it. So we can say path height offset. I don't want to do much. Let's just try 0.1 for now and see what happens. I might have to set that to minus 0.1 if I want it to raise up. I'm not sure. Let's see if that does anything. Oh? I think that fixed his issues. I don't know. So was he like trying to pathfind too low or something? I'm not sure. Maybe he was like trying to pathfind himself into the ground then. And that was what was causing that. It's just odd to me though that it didn't happen with any of the other guys and it's just him. I don't know what is like different about his navigation stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Because all of them are just centered on 0. Like if we go into here, the bottom of his collision shape is at his 0 thing. So like the transform here is 0.5 because his height is 1. Yeah, it was never an issue before. So like that, I don't know what changed, to be honest. Nothing changed. But you know what? It doesn't matter because I guess it's fine now, so that's okay. Pretty weird. Also, really quick, I want to go ahead and enable the super fast timer on the hatch because I want to see if the doorman has issues with the lip. It didn't look like he was, but just want to make sure. I think since the lip was like a 90-degree angle, technically they were like looking at that and being like, this is a wall. So that's why they couldn't navigate over it. We have to run away. He drops out. Yeah, he's got no problem with it now, so that seemed to fix it. And this guy's normal now, so that's good. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what changed, but I appreciate the suggestion on the height offset thing. 'Cause it seems like it fixed it. Alrighty. Well, and that's been corrected. Go get it. Hi, doorman. Ow. Can't hurt me because I'm in debug mode. Okay, so that knocks more things off the list. On app. Okay. We got that fixed. This still isn't fixed, but kobolds are better now. So let's say door lip would cause navigation issues. When the lift has dead. What's going on, Connor? How's it going? Did I do anything else in here? I guess, you know, added a new logo. Alrighty, let's just keep going. So I'd like to fix this because it's pretty problematic. Whenever you pick up a node, it like resets its data for some reason. I actually don't know what's going on with that. It's hard to tell if it's a kobold specific issue or not. So I'm gonna do an epic change here so we can test it. I'm going to temporarily disable all of this other business. I'm just going to say and false. So that'll force both of those statements to always be incorrect. And then the note, let's just change this to be that. So we should always get notes spawning in here now. Yeah, we're just working on Deadlift right now. Just kind of fixing a lot of little miscellaneous quirks and bugs. There's some weird issues right now with picking up the recipe notes for some reason, where it'll like reset all the stuff on it, so always put a to-do when I disable code. That's probably a good idea, just so I remember to go change it, yeah. Maybe I should start doing that. Okay, so we should see a bunch of nodes spawn around here now. So when I pick this up, okay, so that one did not reset. So I think it's something to do with when a kobold specifically picks up the note and then I grab it again or something. I don't know. Sometimes something weird happens where they like pick up a phantom item. I think that's the real bug. I'm not sure how to replicate that though. Let's think with hydrate. What juice should I not drink? Don't worry about it. Honestly, forget that message is there. Like, I mean, it's... Okay, so that... You saw that happen. What? All the notes are empty now. Okay. I think... something's wrong. I don't know how all the notes got empty. Very strange. Let's go look at the item scene. I have an inkling that there's some kind of weird, like, these text labels or something are not, like, unique. I don't know what on here. It must be like a resource in here. Because every single item will have this data value in here. But that's unique per item. So what's going on down here? If note data.getText. Then I set the text on the note. So that should be stable. It could possibly be the texture that I have on here. No, because that's not what it is. Because this is gonna get note.getTexture. This one. Unless it's because this is somehow not local per scene, but I'm pretty sure this always is. I don't think you can do one that's not local. So the only thing I could think of is the part where we actually add the data in here. So here we say recipe data input. Item custom data. Oh. But that's redefining it every time. It should be a new dictionary every time we call this, right? Because it returns item ID and item custom data. So it's not that. So when I go in here, I'm looping through recipes. I say push back. Recipes I pick random. Gets the data for that recipe. Text is that. I just add text onto there. I have no idea why that would be. How. I don't know what's going on here. Let's keep messing with this, I guess. I need to like see this happen in action or something. I don't know. It's very odd. Like, okay, this one's clearly got a recipe here. Oh, is it just because I scroll off of it and then go back on and then the data's gone? Is that what's actually happening? So if I just scroll and then go back to it. Okay. That's all it is, I think. There's still some weird kobold stuff that happens, though, where they pick up a phantom item, and I think that's just a separate issue. Okay. Anyways, this should be an easy fix. Don't know what's going on here. Seems like trying to solve any error. That is true. Sometimes it's like really obvious what the problem is, but then other times it's like just like black magic. Where it's like, what is going on? So. Alright, so when I pick up an item, this is where I need to make sure that I'm saving data. Because where I just push back the item ID, but now I have to say held item data. And this has to be empty dictionaries now. Or I guess I just say null. Held item IDs, and then where I do this. So now I just say if held items data. And we just fix all these. So now I just say if it's not equal to null, I say create item held items data. So we're going to do this instead. What is this in? This is in set hotbar. So item data is that. We're going to create this with item data.id. And then we say item.data is equal to item data.data. And I think this will fix it. It's snowing crazy out here. It's come to the 12 inches of snow. Yeah, it's been snowing a little bit here. It hasn't been snowing a ton, but it's just been extremely cold. It's been like 0 degrees all day, so yeah. So we say it's selected hotbar is equal now to, not that, but a dictionary. ID, item ID, data, item.data. That should work. Okay, I think that's it. So we pass in the item. We set the information in there. ID and data. We do all that business. All right, so there's one more in here. This is when we drop an item. So now instead of setting that to an empty thing, we just set it to null. Held items data. And I think that's it. So let's go make sure this works. It should now be loading that data when I spawn in the item again. It's in northeast of the US, yeah. We have a foot on the ground now. Supposed to get to 2 feet. That's crazy. Yeah, where I live, like Colorado, it usually gets really cold, but it doesn't like it doesn't usually like snow, like I have a lot of snow buildup. Sometimes we get quite a bit, like a foot or two, but that's the like most it's ever been. So what is this? It's a null item? I thought I said if it's not equal to null. Oh, I said if not that is not equal to null. Okay. Let's restart. Loading. Okay. Descend. Hello, good sir. Don't take my stuff. Okay, so I can pick up this. Seems like it's working just as it was before. So let's go find a note with data. Like this. So I have the data on it. It shows the text of what is assigned to the item. I scroll off of it and I scroll back on and the data's gone. So let's figure that out. Same with this one, right? Yeah. So it doesn't seem to be applying the data still. Which is odd because I get that here. I say item ID in item data.data. Oh, it's because I'm passing this in before. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot that this actually takes a data entry. I'm just stupid. So I say pass in the data entry. And then we say pick up item. Let's try this again. Not item is not equal to not null. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad in 03 on Christmas. 1 inch an hour. That's crazy. 23 inches on Christmas Day, yeah. Yeah, I remember we had one that was really crazy. Can't honestly remember what year it was, but like... It was probably about like 8 years ago or something. It was insane. It was like really piled up. It was probably at least 2 feet. Yeah, this year though, the snow has been almost non-existent. We got like a tiny bit. It's only like half an inch though. It's just a, you know, a blanket. Not like a, not very piled up. There we go. Now the data saves. Alrighty, so that fixes that issue. But still sometimes, I don't know exactly what causes it, but sometimes the kobolds are a little bit quirky. And they, I got the same recipe for all of these. And when they pick up like a note, it's like a weird phantom note. And then you click E on them to grab the item, and it like doesn't give you the real item. And then sometimes I see them walking around with like nothing in their hands. So I don't know what that's all about. Maybe some of the changes I did with the weird item stuff fixed it, but it's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see. So thank you for the posture check. Ooh, Indiana's a gamble. Are there inches of snow for days or months of warm days and then a sudden snowstorm in April? That's what it was like here. It was like 70 degrees every day, and then all of a sudden 0. Yeah, it's just whack. I love climate change, guys. Climate change is so fun. I love destabilizing the world and its weather patterns. It's really cool. Yeah, that kind of stuff never used to happen, I feel like. It's never happened before. Where like it's 70 degrees and then 0, it's so whack. I don't know. Alright. Wood scrap. There you go, sir. Alright, it seems like the notes are fine now that I'm actually saving the data. So I think we worked that out. Boom. So the next thing I want to do is make the notes persistent. Right now, if I pin them to here, they like go away. Also, we can get rid of that one now. Please, more coal power plants so I can have pet black monster free. Yeah. Man. Isn't that crazy? There's so much soot that we caused an insect to change itself. That's pretty bad. So I need to figure out a way to like, I only want the player to be able to pin notes in the specific area. Right now you can pin notes anywhere, which is not supposed to happen. It should only be pinnable specifically in this zone. So I might just do another ray cast extending from the player that checks for a specific collision shape, and then if it's colliding with that, we know it's okay. So can pin them on this guy. I can't pin them on him because he doesn't have like a... It's funny what's going on here. Yeah, that's kind of buggy. What happens here is I put this item in, he technically thinks I'm throwing the item like that. But since it freezes because it's in its pin state, it just gets stuck right there. That's not ever gonna happen for real, but... Yeah, you can see just for like a frame, it's pinned to the back wall. Yeah. But now he's a Sprite 3D. He doesn't have like regular collision like that, so because he rotates around, as you can see. I might change him though to be more like the trees at the surface of the game. Because with this mode, if I turn the camera, he starts clipping through the sidewall like that. But if I do like a position-based billboard, that would probably make more sense. So I might actually make that change. Let me write that down. Make shopkeeper position-based billboard. I'll turn off our sounds here. Move his lens because he faces the wall, yeah. Nah. So I'm just thinking about the notes here. I want to do this. Because then I can also have a pop-up if I'm hovering over the note zone. It can, like, prompt me with pin note, you know? I might do that. This just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah. It's fine. We're working through it. These things will have to be fixed one day, so I might as well just start doing them. Okay, let's get to it. Let's not waste time now. So I think it's going to be really easy. We just only allow pinning on a specific surface. Let's add a static body. And we just call this pin surface. I guess now we're going to have a new custom collision layer. Layer 8. What is it? It's like 3D physics. Layer 8 will be note pin. Okay. Give this a collision shape. Actually, though, guys, you know what would make more sense here? Just go into the elevator scene. Select our corkboard. Actually, isn't the corkboard a separate... I don't actually know what object it is. Let's go name it so I know what's happening in here. This is the corkboard. Let's rename cube 3 to corkboard. Save it. Go in here. Now I know what it is. It does remove the materials, unfortunately, but we can fix that really quick. Also, let's do that in the elevator scene. Wrong. Brushed metal. Boom. So now, if we go into the blend scene for the elevator, I can just give that a pre-generated physics shape that has the proper stuff. So we just go in here, we select corkboard, generate physics, make it static, give it layer 8, and shape type will just be automatic. So now it has the pin physics layer. Alrighty. So back to the player, I suppose. We've got this, like, interaction ray here. I can just give this another collision layer like that. And then if we go to our raycast 3D.get collider. So if it's interactable, elif if it's that, throw power. It's less than 0. So that's doing all the item interaction things, which I do kind of want to change. Okay, so down here, let's just check here. Let's add an infinite list of if, then, and else, yeah. So this should be returning, I guess, the object. I wish I could get, like... Is there a way to return the layer that it collided with? I don't really know. Let's see. Get collider mask value. Yeah. So var mask value is equal to results dot... Or no. Get collider mask value. And what does this do? Based on value, it enables or disables the specified layer in the collision mask. No. Returns whether or not the specified layer of the collision mask is enabled. Okay, that's not what I want. Let's see what other functions are here. Oh, that's collision, not collider. Okay. I can get collider shape. Yeah, let's just check if it has that layer. So we'll just do this. Well, if result dot, and then check the collision mask. There's probably a way I can check that for a physics shape. Let's see. Like get collision layer value. That's a bool. Snooze the ad. 1 out of 100 chance Starground becomes the shopkeeper, dude. That'd be pretty crazy. And then I think the value on that, okay, it's 128. What does that mean? Like literally, I put 128 in here, or is that not how that works? Yeah, layer number is not the same as the value. So if that's true, then we know that we are colliding with the corkboard. And we can just grab this code in here now. And we just say, if held item is note, then we say, if that, we say drop item, pin it. Also, we need to get collision point, collision normal. Let's just do that up here. Actually, do that if result. Like that. Okay, so if we have a note, if we've pressed click, we set the item, we drop it, do all the pinning. Let's see if this works. And then if we haven't pressed click yet, I want to add another little prompt on the bottom that says, like, you know, pin note or whatever. I'll just actually make sure I have a held item. All right, but that's a good sign that it did that actually. So we have a note. It should detect that we're pinning, and then we can't pin anywhere else. Epic. Boom. Okay, so now we can only pin on this board. It does allow us to like pin at funny angles like that, or on the edge theoretically like that. But I'm not super worried about that. Just don't do that. Maybe eventually I will, I don't know, change the shape a little bit so you can't do it on every angle. Well, my AI takes 2 gigabytes to make bad chess moves. Hogs around and plays horribly just like you. Oh, man. That'd probably be pretty fun. You're just making your own chess bot. I bet that's like a whole field of computer science in a way. I mean, I guess it would just be machine learning. Thank you for the follow. Let's see, drop item. Okay, so that's all good. So if we're in here, this is where we can start that other label. Because I've got this prompt down here. I think I'm going to change this prompt into a rich text label so I can append other things onto it. So if result, now I can just say if held item. Let's also just say var prompt text. Let's just do that. Right here. If held item prompt text plus equals that, and then plus a new line. Wrath for pinning random notes to random places has been removed. I know. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. Actually, I'm going to do this last because I think that's like the lowest priority. It should be listed at the bottom. So I can just go to down here because I've passed all of this stuff. Okay. And then now I can just add things on here. Making a game, it just happens to make chess a war game. Oh yeah, that's cool. 41 pieces, warships. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for having played chess as badly as I am. Don't know if I should be proud or disgusted, yeah. What, like, kind of algorithm are you doing for the, AI for the chess? So let's say right here, prompt text says pin note. Let's try that. He freezes up for 10 seconds trying to calculate scores 2 moves in the future. Yeah. Trying to, yeah, min-max with alpha beta pruning. I do not know what that is. Alpha beta pruning. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's cool stuff though. I think, yeah, optimization is a whole world of things. It's it can be tricky. I imagine optimizing algorithms, stuff like that, could get pretty complicated, but it's cool though. I do wish you the best of luck on that. Oh, I forgot to actually set the text in here. We have ads. Ah! My apologies. Okay, we set that to prompt text. Okay, so now you can see when I'm able to throw an item and pin a note, it all shows up on the left. Well, for some reason it doesn't show throwing this when I'm just there out in the open. Oh, that's because I need to just do that. There we go. So now it shows I can throw an item, and then when I'm hovering over the board, it shows pin note on the bottom. I'll probably make that text a little bit more readable just so it's more obvious what you're able to do. But it definitely helps a lot. Never get ads. Oh, that's nice. Ads? What are ads? I've never got them. Yeah. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Optimize nothing, just wait 10 years until learn better CPUs. That is a strat. So thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh, that was funny. Oh, is it checking if pressed right now? I think it is. It should just be only on just pressed. Yeah. Okay. That's been fixed. Alright, cool. Something I also need to fix is, like, for example, if we give ourselves an inhaler. Right now, the only way to use it, for some reason, is by colliding with a physics shape like that, which is a little stupid, so... we have to change the way that works. You should be able to use this at any point in time, no matter where you're looking. So... it needs to be independent of the collision system. So we're going to change that. Now, chalk and the eraser, that is dependent upon the collision system. So we want to keep those two there. But inhaler, medkit, bandage, chalk eraser, or no, not chalk eraser, but these all should go away. So now we just throw those in here. And it's really messed up the tabbing. It's okay. So actually, we could just throw this into if held item. Like that. There we go. Now I can also add more of these prompt texts too. Like if we have an inhaler, we can say consume item, which is useful. So ads are over. Sorry about that. I just use LMP for that, yeah. These will have to be changed when we get the custom binds in, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Bezos needs that extra yacht money, yeah. Get any ads? Well, that's good. I mean, I can be specific with these, I guess, like consume inhaler. Or just use inhaler. This one be use medkit. Then this one is use bandage. So I think this should all be fine. None of these rely on that stuff, so... One thing I'd like to do down here is only let the player use this if stamina is less than max stamina, just so you don't accidentally, like, waste it. Then we do that. Now, one minor problem, though, is that before all of those were inside of the is action just pressed stuff. So now we have to change that. Also, I need to do these other checks that I was doing in here. So, held item and row power is less than or equal to 0. But everyone got ads. It's a really weird system. It's not consistent at all. Some people get a bunch of ads and then other people never get them. I don't know. It's weird. It's annoying because then, like, the people that don't get ads, it's like, well, I can't fully stop what I'm doing because I can't be sure that not everybody's getting ads. You know what I mean? It's just dumb. The best solution is no ads for anybody. That would be pretty nice. But unfortunately, it's not something I can do. Yeah, so like in here now, we can check only if we're actually... is action just pressed. So we check that right there. Same with here. Also, it's better for performance to only have to calculate this stuff in one frame. Actually, this one needs to go in here. All right, so we should all be good there. Get rid of that. Oh, that has to be if held item, yeah. Keep that there. I guess we need another if statement here. If held throw power is less than that. Also, these are the only items that should have that thing where it does, like, the... If you click and hold it, it, like, moves it forward. Okay. Crazy part about coding is how long the scripts be sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I could break some of this stuff up into functions. I probably will eventually, but... It's always a thing of, like, you don't want to prematurely optimize things too much. Because you can waste a lot of time that way. But definitely eventually, once I kind of establish a more standardized system for the way that, like, item interactions and stuff are, then I'll clean up this code and probably try and cut a lot of it out into their own functions, so... So I'm just going to change the way this is. Instead of has action, held action. just makes more sense. Then item interacting is true, which just makes a lot more sense. Okay, so back into the items table. The only things that should have held action are things like the chalk. Things that you need to hold down in order to activate. So, like the chalk. I also might do like some items. I think it would be quite annoying if it like did like an instant consume kind of thing too. So it's a really common thing, but doing like a timer and like that time that you have to hold it down for before it actually consumes the item, I will probably implement that. And I'll probably get it set up so every single one has like a different timer on it. Because like the inhaler, you want to be able to use that really quickly. If it has a super long timer on it, then it kind of sort of defeats the whole purpose of the inhaler. It's supposed to be like a quick, like, oh, I'm out of stamina, pop it really quick kind of thing. So try to like make it cleanish to begin with, because I screw up trying to change chunks of code with rewriting it without rewriting completely. Yeah, that's fair. Usually my kind of methodology with creating functions and stuff is like, if it's something that I do more than once, then I turn it into a function. Because otherwise, if I'm only ever doing it once, there's kind of no reason to make it a function. I mean, you can just for organization, but I feel like it just ends up being more annoying to have to go find and search for all these random functions instead of just having it in one block. So that's kind of the way I approach it, at least. So like, for example, I'm doing a lot of repeated code in here. This is something that can be changed into like a function. Ideally, what I want to do is sort of like the system I have with Starground, where you just assign a script to an item, and whenever you use that item, it just activates a script. And it's just a much easier way to do this, because then you don't have to worry about all these. You don't have to have all this code in just a big hard-coded list, you know. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You can just kind of like... also, it's really modular, because I could take like a script from one item and attach it to a different one. It's just more modular, and it's going to be good for modding. I keep saying that like I'm not adding in modding support, but I guess it is definitely in the back of my mind all the time. So... but it's fine. You actually do all your preloads as const definition time? Yeah. Okay. So you're just saying like const load? Like that? Would do essentially the same thing as a preload, but I choose where it gets loaded, or like... Yeah, also this is a little annoying. Because I check if chalk. I'm going to have to move this stuff too. Oh, const preload, so it doesn't happen at runtime. That's interesting. So it would just happen right at the moment where that object gets like instantiated, essentially. Yeah. Okay. It could be useful. I mean, wouldn't that sort of defeat the purpose? Actually happens at game load when it reads all the classes. Okay. So it would just happen... Like, what would be the difference then between having preload here and having it as a const up on top? Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure both happen right on game load, don't they? Because I know that load happens, you know, whenever you call this in code, but I mean, I'm pretty sure the way, at least I thought, the way preload is it? During runtime. Okay. Resources loaded when the script is being parsed. Oh. But I thought it, like... you know, preloads things. Interesting. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because I thought it did all of the, as far as I knew, like, using the preload keyword would load everything initially when you launch the game. So next time you reference preload, it doesn't take any time to load because it's already been loaded into memory. Because load only does this right at the moment that you use it. At least that's what I thought. But now I'm not even sure. Because this doesn't really say during a runtime when the script is being parsed. Does it start parsing when this script is loaded, or is this at the beginning of the game? Like on initial load? I'm not even sure. I'll have to research that a bit more, though. That's an interesting thing. Only parses once and then gets cached. Yeah. I thought load also caches things, does it not? Elsewhere, the resource loaded from disk on function call. Yeah, this method is equivalent using load with cache mode reuse. No, it's all good. It's a good thing to bring up, though. It's interesting, because, I mean, I'm using preload and load, but, like, it's important to know what they're actually doing, right? So by default, this has cache mode reuse, which means once it loads for the first time, it'll use the cached one instead. So, should be fine. You can like manually specify ignore, so it reloads the resource every single time. I guess like if you don't want it sitting in memory, but I've never had memory issues with any game I've made in Godot, to be honest. Yeah, that's interesting though. I want to do some more research on that after stream and make sure I know what preload and load does, because yeah. Okay. So let's see. I need to change the way all this is structured because it's a little wacky. Because does this use last chalk position? Yeah, so it uses both of these. I need to make sure that if it's like valid, I can do this right here. I guess, yeah, that's where I would do it. But now I don't know if it's chalk or an eraser that I'm holding, so I think I need to restructure all this. Yeah, let's do this. So now here I can say use chalk. Here I can say use chalk, eraser. And now I just need to check for actually holding down the interact button. I like my nested if statements, that's for sure. I know. But it's just the easiest way to do it, guys. Actually, I can just do this for this one. Because I get last chalk position or collision every time that this goes through. I think I say chalk. Where does last chalk collision get set? Oh, it's set right here. Okay. So I just have to set this. And same with down here. Okay. So now I'm checking if I interact and let's just say chalk ready. Do the same thing over here. And then we get rid of all this and just say bar chalk ready is equal to that. And I think that'll work. Again, I'm gonna break these up into their own like functions because I think it's dumb having it as a big if else statement thing, but yeah. I'll get around to that eventually. It's always hard because there's like a billion things I need to do. That's always the struggle of being like a solo developer is you don't have the luxury of things getting done like passively. Everything that happens you have to do, you know? So now you can see it says use chalk. If I hold left click, it'll start doing it. And then if it's in a scenario where I can't use the chalk, you can see it doesn't show that text down at the bottom. So I think those little dynamic prompt things are going to be extremely helpful because it just lets you know when things are actually usable. Now it doesn't seem to be doing the interacting thing for some reason. I think I accidentally just got rid of it. Item interacting is true. Right here. And then same with right here. Oh, but actually I think that's not gonna work because... Okay, I have to do this. I know. Nested if statements. But it'll be fine. So let's try this again. Actually, I might have already been saying item interacting. I just put it in the wrong section. I'll have to see. Okay, so it shows use chalk, boom, and now I can click and hold and it stays held until I'm off of the zone that works. So that's working pretty reliably. Now what this should do is the other items that don't depend on a collision, like if I give myself the inhaler, this should now no longer... Also, you can see I'm at full stamina, so it doesn't say I can use it, but if I start running, that text appears, use inhaler. So now I can click to use it at any point without any collisions. And it's the same with the scrap shield. You can see that one. Actually, I think I forgot to do text on this one. Oh yeah, you don't actually have to like use this item for it to be active. You just have to be holding it. So there's no like, yeah. And then with the bandage and the med kit, those are working. So you can see, use medkit, use bandage. Now, I do actually have a check, whether it's valid or not, if you have injuries. So I need to include that in the interaction prompt here. So we actually need to be calculating our valid effects every frame up here. And then we only add that if we have valid effects. Like that. And just do the same thing down here. Oops. What did I do? For I and active effects, okay. There we go. Okay, so let's make sure there's all good. Get all the valid effects. If it's more than 0, then use it. Get all the valid effects. If it's more than 0, then say I can use it. And input action pressed. Yeah. So now, if I pick up this med kit, you can see it doesn't say I can use it, and that's because I'm not injured. Well, yo, thank you so much. Gift a sub to Connor. Thank you very much. You've been very generous with the subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Let's go. Round of applause, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's go. I feel bad when people like spend a bunch of money. But it is much appreciated though. Ooh, oh, I dropped it. Let's go get injured. I might increase the base move speed a little bit. I think now with the larger like layouts and stuff, the player's too slow. I don't want it to be one of those kind of horror games where the player's just super slow for no reason. Okay, there's no deadly entities that spawned. More notes. Let's go. For real? Okay, there's a guy here. Kill me! Well, don't kill me, but do some damage. Ow. Ow. Run away! Oh, that was a very lucky shot. I think that just did a major injury. Okay, so we can see now I can use the bandage. Boom. And I actually want to see how many bandages this takes. Because I'm pretty sure we got a severe injury right there. So I want to see if I keep using these. Yeah, you can see I can't use the bandage, so that's good. So now we can pick up the med kit and we can see, yeah, I can use that. Boom. So I've just cleared out my major injuries and I'm good. So yeah, that's going to help a lot with knowing when you can do that. It's so funny how that is. That Z fighting is insane. Yo, I got the hype train going. Epic. I was checking stuff. I got a notification about gift, so I jumped in. Yeah. Let's go. And I can do the plank. Who needs extra content when you can just lower the player's walk speed? Yeah. That's the classic thing that you see in a lot of horror games, and I think it's always really dumb. Because it's just boring. Nobody wants to, like, walk super slow. I mean, the move speed in Deadlift isn't, like, extremely slow or anything. But, you know, I think it could be upped a little bit. I think it would be nice. Let's see, what are all these notifications? I wish I could just see what it is. There's some kind of like section in Discord where it just brings me right to my at. I don't know. I just forgot to run, yeah. Because this is the move speed in Deadlift right now. I think it could be a little faster. It does feel a little bit sluggish. I think also especially after having played with debug mode on like this where I'm blazing fast, it just feels like snail's pace now. And this is also like supposed to be your top speed anyways. You get even slower when you get injured, so I think it just makes sense. Phasmophobia moment, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably maybe just increase the speed you go when you're sprinting. Because I do want the walking to be like, you know, you're walking slowly through the maze. But it would make stamina more important. That's the bobbing modifier. So right here, sprint mod. Let's change this to 2.5. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Buster Scruggs. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. That feels more like a real running pace. Yeah, that's definitely better. Let's go put that down. It's a change. Also, we did a bunch of changes to the input things. Increased run speed. Added new item use prompts on the bottom right. Oops, bottom. The blanket boat reminds me of something. It's the reference. It's the Link Cat one or whatever. If it would load. There we go. Yeah. Anyways. Alright, so what else do we got in here? Okay, we got the pinning working properly, so let's just set up some code now to finally actually save the notes. And I don't think it'll be that bad, but we'll see. Also, I want to remove that other note now that... Ooh. What's going on here? I didn't change anything. Oh, there we go. A little quirky. Okay, this note here. I'm sorry, note. But your time has come. Keep opening Krita. I don't like Krita and Obsidian in my mind are like the same icon. Removed the placeholder note on the cork board. We should all bow down to cats and make pyramids for them again? Yeah. That'd be pretty awesome. What is middle click doing? Is that just centering around like 0? No? I don't even know what... Where is this centering around? Just some random place? Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Street face the camera. What is going on? Okay. Alright. So I think to do this, we're probably gonna... Or no, we can, yeah, check for items specifically, because a note is an item. Let's add a new area 3D, and this is gonna be note area. And I'll keep this just... Well, actually, there's only one place we can pin the notes, so we don't even need that extra area. We just do that in here. Because I'm pretty sure the note will keep track of whether it's pinned or not. Because I have a... I think I have a variable in here called pin. It's an item. Maybe not. Oh, but it does it here. So let's just keep track of a variable called var pinned. It's false by default. We say pin is equal to status. And now we can just check if there's any items in there that are pinned, they get saved. So let's just go into here. Wherever we have save, user data or whatever. right here. And we're just saving our settings dictionary. I mean, that's fine. It can be a part of settings. And we'll just have a thing called notes, which is going to be an array. So we're going to have to store a couple things. We need to know the ID, the position. Well, we know it's notes, so we don't need the ID, but yeah, let's start doing this. So I think the way we can do this is whenever we first initially pin a node, it automatically adds it to this list. I think this will work. So let's go into here, pinned. We say global.settings .notes .push back, and there's going to be a dictionary of position is global position. Let's see, am I setting? Let's go check where we say pin. Yeah, I set the position and then I say pin. Also, I guess I'll go ahead and do this to set like a rotation of the item and just save that as well. It'll just be the easiest. Then we say rotation is equal to global rotation. And finally, data will be equal to item data. So hopefully that all works. We're about to find out. And then when we unpin it, so we say if status, we push that back, else. And I guess we're going to have like we have to know which item is which. I could just push back a item ID. I think it's like get. I did this before where I got like a UID on something. I did this in Starground. Let's open up Starground. It was like get unique identifier. Something. Can't remember what it's called. I just need to make sure that during runtime, we're sure that the note is the same. Like we know which item is actually which one. It doesn't matter. Once we're loading in the items, the ID is irrelevant. It's just for when we pick up a note again, we have to make sure we remove the correct entry in the notes list. Pretty sure I did this inside of the power network stuff in Starground. Yeah. So we can check in there. It's when we like add something in. So I think this is going to be inside of the Tesla coil. Come on. Load up. Whoa. Starground's got so much stuff. Takes forever. There we go. Okay, so inside of the Tesla coil, I'm pretty sure it does it in here. I just can't remember what the function's called. Oh, get instance ID. That's what it is. All right. I'm going to specify instance ID just so it's like not confused with item ID. All right. Otherwise, actually, let's just do this then. That makes more sense, I think. We're going to make it a dictionary. All right. So this will add itself to that. Otherwise, we now can just say global.settings.notes.erase, get instance ID. And I'm pretty sure erase will only happen if it's found. So came back after hitting my grandfather's birch pipe. Oh yeah, binge watching videos about chess engines. Ready to conquer this beast. Let's go. Nice. Smoking from a pipe is a rare occasion in my household. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Pretty awesome. All right, so now we've got all that information stored in there. Hopefully this works. I think we just go to world now and load that data back in on already of the world being generated. I think it might work. Let's just go after all this stuff. So for note in global.settings.notes, then we say, let's just say for I, our note is global.settings.notes at index I. Now we say create item, mg.item.note. Position is going to be note.position. It's going to be note.data. Then I need to get that item passed in like this. Now we say item dot rotation is equal to note dot rotation. And I think that's it. Also, we have to say item dot in. True. There's going to be an item to be. Also, something I need to double check on is like I need to pass in another thing, which is like change or like save data when we pin it, which will be true by default. Ooh. And then only if save data is enabled. Because I don't want these initial ones spawning to change stuff. So we're going to say false. And I think we're good. So it's going to go through each note. It's going to set position and data. It's going to pin the item, set the rotation. And that should be it. Should we try this out? I hope this works. Let's see. Come on, game low. It's because notes didn't exist. It's okay. I just forgot to wait. No. Global.settings.notes. Oh, it's because one thing I need to do when I say load data, instead of saying settings is v, we say settings.merge v, and then say override is true. So if I ever add a new setting into the game that's not in your pre-existing save data, it won't crash the game. Come on, game. You can do it. All right, we're in. Let's give this a try. Give myself a note. Pin the note. Wait a minute. Close the game. Open the game. Let's see what happens. And then we're going to test it again with a note that actually has data, because it's just an empty note. Okay. I'm seeing a note over here, guys. Looks like it's working. But let's go try a real note now. Let's grab a couple different ones. Buddy, give me that. So now we can pin all these up on here. And let's just say like, boom, game closed. Let's load back up now. See what happens. I'm pretty sure I have like saving data every like 1 second or something, so should be fine. Okay. I am seeing some notes there, guys. And they're all positioned properly. I think we're good. So now notes are persistent. So when I say added recipe notes, notes are persistent across runs and closing the game. Boom. It's done. Well, I titled the stream adding new models, but we didn't actually end up adding any models today. That's how it goes most of the time. But it's fine. I think there were other things that were a little more important to figure out. Adding the models is just going to be easy. It's just a lot of like grunt work. So I think it'll be fine. I'd like to make it so when I zoom in with a note in my hand, it like centers the note, because it would make it a lot easier to read these. Let's do that. So when I do like zoom. And it's the same thing I do when I'm about to throw the item. Wherever that is. It's like down in here. Yeah, throw out power is greater than 0, or held item dot item ID is equal to mg.item.note. So if it's equal to that, and zoom level or whatever, like how do I know? I guess if zoom offset is not 0. Not declared. The zoom offset, oh, that happens like in... Let's go ahead now and make that a global variable, so I can actually check on it. That'll be a... I think actually it has to be an int. I don't think FOV can be fractional numbers as far as I know. But maybe I'm wrong. Actually looks like it can be. FOV is a float. Okay. Now let's go back down to where we were. I think it's fine then. Not equal to 0. Well, let's just say if it's greater than 0. All right, watch this, guys. All right. So now when I pick up a note and I zoom, it like does that, which is actually really helpful, I think, for people that would like to read it a little bit easier. So yeah, not bad. Cool. And you can zoom in this way once it's on your board, but I just like the ability of being able to zoom in on the fly like that. And it won't happen with most other items, only notes. So like if you zoom in with a rock, it's not going to do anything. These guys are still angry at me. Wondering how to lighten the load on the project by asynchronously processing some moves of the AI in advance. Yeah. What you're using on Unreal, I think you're saying, right? Theoretically, it should be pretty straightforward. It's kind of like how turns are in Civ 6 or any of the Civ games. Like when a AI player is taking a turn, it just like you're just kind of in a limbo state where it's just like processing AI turns or whatever, NPCs. So you could just open a new thread, start running your calculation, and just like make the player have to wait a minute. So that would probably help. Honestly, as a player, like people take time to calculate moves anyways. So I don't think a little bit of a delay is a problem. It might actually make the AI feel a little bit more human if it does have to spend time to think. And you could even humanize it by just leaving some text literally that says thinking. Oh, you're doing it in GameMaker. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I've done a lot of GameMaker. It's sometimes doing stuff like that is a little frustrating compared to other engines. It's super easy in Godot. Yeah, how would you do that? So, an extension written in C++. See, this is always the thing I hated about GameMaker was like trying to do stuff like that. You have to like modify the game with like a C++ DLL, and it's just like, man. Okay. By injecting small amount of C++ code. Yeah, that really sucks. I don't know if there is a way to do it asynchronously then. Which actually seems kind of wild to me that GameMaker would not have support for that. Unless that's just for one. It doesn't seem like it. Well, that sucks. You know, something that you could do though, and I think that might be the play. I've watched like a lot of documentaries on like how chess bots like calculate that kind of stuff. And you could potentially recalculate things and then just save them in like a big spreadsheet. I know that it wouldn't work at a certain point, like if you get a certain amount of depth in, because the possibilities just explode so fast. But you could essentially cache your calculations. It would probably help a little bit, but again, it's, well, I guess a little bit more of a band-aid solution, because it'll only work for so long. That's something you could take a look at, though. I'm not sure how else you would do that. It's perplexing me right now. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I don't know how to do asynchronous stuff in GameMaker, if you even can. Cache the openings in the common endgame scenarios, yeah. I imagine that would make the most sense. Like, probably middle of the game, there's just too many possibilities to pre-cache, but yeah, if you're like in an endgame state, there's only so many different ways that you could play, so. This game engine could do 3D, there's no way a simple chess AI will be the end of it, yeah. That game doesn't help the fact either. 26 by 30 chessboard, oh. Well, that's, yeah, I mean, I guess I definitely see how things get, yeah, I totally forgot about that fact. That it's much larger than a regular chessboard. Yeah. Might be a little bit harder to do caching then. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky problem. I mean, from what I just looked up a second ago, it seems like most multi-threading stuff you have to like modify the engine a little bit. So that's definitely annoying. It was stuff like this, honestly, if I'm being real, is why I moved to Godot, or why I stopped using GameMaker. I messed with Unity first, but it was just so frustrating sometimes running into brick walls like that with GameMaker. Because one of the big things I had a lot of trouble with GameMaker, well, there's multiple, but GameMaker sucks at multiplayer. It doesn't really have any built-in support for it, so you have to be very manual with everything. And that seemed like it would be a nightmare. Also, like, the physics stuff in GameMaker was really frustrating because I made a whole game in GameMaker, Pogo Rocket. And unfortunately, there's no way to apply delta time to physics calculations in GameMaker for some reason. So as soon as the game would have any amount of lag, the whole game would just slow to a crawl and become unplayable. So that was extremely frustrating. Nightmare. It does make me appreciate Godot. Not hating on, I mean, you know, GameMaker's still a good engine, but that's just my personal reason why I moved away from it. Just too many problems. But haven't ran into that with Godot yet, so that's been good. I guess I've been using Godot for like 3 years, so yeah. Probably would have ran into something by now. Anyways, system notes. I think we're gaming. I'll keep working away at stuff off stream. I need to do another big revamp of all the maps now because we've got the new like room shapes, right? So I need to go back through and redraw all of them. It's fine though. I don't really care. It's not that many I have to do, and like it's just pixels. It'll be kind of fun to redesign a lot of them anyways. Some of them I kind of initially designed sort of like certain areas like as a large room. So I never really liked the way I had to do that before because I just had to use corridors. But now that we can actually do real rooms, I think it'll be pretty fun actually to design some stuff. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to end it here. Sorry for lying about the title of the stream. I know we didn't actually add new models, but oh well. We'll do that next time, or I'll probably just do it off stream, like tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to try and get this update done really soon. There's only a couple more things that I have to do. I just want to fix a few more bugs really quick and get the models in. I think that's it. So, but yeah, it's definitely, but it's definitely coming along. Things are going good. I'm glad I got all that, you know, room generation stuff set up. And the persistent notes I think are going to be really cool. Having some permanence finally between your runs is going to be kind of epic. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, let's go raid somebody, shall we? I think there's different people in our... Okay, they're all just playing games. Who would we like to raid? Let's raid Dobbs. All right. Starting that up. Okay. Usual spiel. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. Join the Discord if you want. And that's going to be it. Thank you, gamers, for coming in. I'll see you guys next on Wednesday around 3:30 MST. Thank you for dropping the links. Yeah, be on the lookout for a Deadlift update. And then pretty soon after that, I'm hoping to just fix up the research and then put an alerted in update out. So I think right now the plan for release schedules and stuff, obviously it's not 100% confirmed, but I think alert in for summer, Deadlift for October. And I'm possibly thinking about doing Starground toward the end of the year because I think there's still a lot more things I need to get done. we'll discuss that stuff later. But yeah. Anyways, let's do this ad and get out of here. Thank you, gamers, for coming in. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.